The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations.
And Mr. Speaker, listening to him, 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 it brings me back to the conclusion of the maker of the statement. The maker of the statement concluded by saying that if a young man can be carried from one public hospital to another, refuse every door until he dies, then the social contract is broken. None of us is safe, not the rich, not the poor, not the politician, not the ordinary citizen. Mr. Speaker, situations like this call for a deeper reflection. It calls for consensus building, not to politicize the entire thing. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that when you are given an opportunity, either as a minister or a deputy minister, and a statement is made with regards to your sector, any comment you make suppose or can be interpreted to be the knowledge or the position of the government with regards to that sector. Mr. Speaker, I was happy that you drew our attention when you were when you were the minister responsible for health, having been part of the three wise men and then being made the Minister of Health. The number of ambulances that we even have in the country was somewhere around 57 when you were Deputy Health Minister. So I want to call the Minister, I want to call on the Deputy Health Minister and the Minister that when statement of this nature is made on the floor, we should not always be happy or be in a hurry to politicize the whole issue. It is very sad that if you go into an emergency ward, you will be told that there is no bed, and for that matter, you will lose your life. This is not the Ghana we are all yelling to build. This is not the health infrastructure or the health priorities we want to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, healthcare is a fundamental human right. Your right to have access to proper healthcare. And it is your right to live. So if it is part of someone's negligence or the excuse that there is no bed, that will lead to the loss of life, Mr. Speaker, it is something we have to all condemn. And I also support the call by the maker that we should be able to build the capacity of our committee in charge of health to be able to engage the executives of these facilities so that we can be able to build a very good atmosphere so that nobody can die with the excuse that there is no bed. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I speak as someone who is alive today because when I had a similar emergency, the system worked for me. I speak as that person. I had an accident somewhere in Nasia, and around 4 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Speaker, by divine occurrence, I was struggling to get to the nearest hospital because even though I had no scratch on my physical body, the impact was so great that I thought something wrong must happen inside me. A market truck, a Peugeot, old Peugeot, which the villagers used to attend market, I pleaded with them to open the boot so that I would sit in the boot. And indeed, they came down and they were struggling to remove the spare tire and shift the spinner so that I will sit and then my legs will hang outside because I insisted I must get to the nearest hospital. Luckily, a brand new pickup arrived there and written on it was Navrongo Medical Center. They stopped, they checked, I was the one. They mentioned my name, they recognized me. It was around 5 a.m. by that time, and asked me what was wrong. I said, accident. I want to get to the nearest hospital. So they picked me and they sped from Nasia to Tamale. By the time we arrived there, luckily, the health personnel were all down waiting for me because one of our colleagues, Alaji, the late Alaji Limuna, was then the regional minister and had called ahead. So, Speaker, our colleague here, Dr. Anaba, was the anesthetist. They used 7 pints of blood on me that morning. 7. They performed the surgery, and apparently I had started suffering from internal bleeding from Nasia until Tamale Hospital. A journey of about 2 hours, I was bleeding internally. The doctor said if they had delayed for 30 minutes, by now, perhaps 30 minutes, the doctor said. And Dr. Naba is a colleague in this chamber. Muntaka was a colleague at that time. Mr. Speaker, I speak as somebody who was kept alive because the emergency ward of a hospital worked for me. And it must work for everybody. Every citizen. In some jurisdictions, they would have been outraged. There would have been public outrage, not the type that I see happening. That an accident victim was moved from hospital to hospital, and the medical personnel there refused to treat it as an emergency. It says everything about us as a country. The indiscipline, the disregard for human life, the lack of fellow feeling, that we don't see that this is a fellow Ghanaian who, whatever we are doing, we must stop and attend to. Otherwise, a life will be lost. We must be outraged about a thing like this. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we must get to the bottom of matters like this. And I thank my colleague for bringing the matter up. And I think that at all times, this parliament must hold those responsible for such conduct, to account. See, we talk about it and then we leave it there. It happened in 2018. What happened? What did we do? How did those accountable fare at that time? This is what those who have done it today will be inspired by. They will talk, they will do nothing. We want to see action this time. We want to see people held accountable so that the rest of the health personnel across the country will know that this parliament will not sit idly by whilst people negligently lead to the loss of life, such as what we have seen. So I thank my colleague for raising it. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree with him that even though government says we are setting up a committee to look into it, that this parliament should be interested in what happens. And so our committee for health should follow up on what government is doing and then bring us a report. And if we are not satisfied with the outcome and the conclusions of government, that this parliament takes very drastic action. It is only then that citizens will know that when we converge here for their very existence. We are here to defend their lives, to defend their rights, and to defend their interests. But Mr. Speaker, we say we should not politicize things. But permit me to say that who is responsible for the conduct of the health personnel? We, the politicians. Who is responsible for making sure that they work under environments where when there's an emergency, they will respond to it? We, the politicians. Who is responsible for making sure that there are enough beds in the hospitals? We, the politicians. So when we say we shouldn't politicize things, I agree that we shouldn't be partisan about it. But the root cause is always political.
Honorable member, who is responsible for the politician? It's the citizens. So it's the citizens. They are responsible for the politician. And so when you started by raising the issue about the outrage, that is not enough. You are right. If the citizens rise up, they should rise up and hold the politician responsible. The politician will be responsible. So you are right, but don't go to the other side. Move in that direction.
No, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is that whatever is happening out there in the hospitals, whatever the attitude of the doctors and the nurses and the medical personnel, whatever the level of deficiencies in terms of the infrastructure, we in this chamber, as the politicians, as ministers, as members of parliament, we are responsible, ultimately, because they voted us into office to deal with it, to deal with that problem. Are we doing that? Are we holding them accountable? Are we providing the infrastructure? Is the budgeting done properly? So, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with you that, the citizens put that in place, but exactly why they have put us there is to deal with these problems. So I want to thank the maker of the statement. I agree that there should be outrage. I agree that they should look into it. I also agree that Parliament must have an interest in the outcome of whatever investigations have occurred. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by expressing my most sincere condolences to the families of the bereaved and to also express our disgust, our shame, and our utter embarrassment at the conduct of our medical personnel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to congratulate you for setting the pace for a national discussion of this matter. This is a very important issue, and I totally agree with you that we should not just leave it at the level of the ministry or the Kolebu Hospital. This House should take keen interest in what happens. And so I'll direct our committee on health to take all the reports that will come from the ministry, the Kolebu Hospital, or wherever, and go deeply into it. We have to take control. We need to inquire further into the matter and we need to hold people accountable. This is one of the needless deaths we have experienced in this country. At the end of the day, I will urge the House for us to legislate on the matter. We need to pass an emergency care law, emergency care law on this matter. I know the conditions under which the health personnel operate, but I also know health personnel have handled accident cases, stabilized them in the bush, not in hospitals. Patriotic health workers have done that, and people have survived through that. So please, the few that are miscreants should not be allowed to at least carry the day. That's what has been happening. In fact, you just mentioned one. There are many examples of these needless deaths in this country. And the same people, when you see them working outside, their attitude is different, which means that there's something wrong here. And that is why I partly agree with the majority leader that we should set the agenda as political leaders. But I also recall one of our illustrious kings said that after the politicians are elected into office, they are held hostages by the same voters who elected them. And many of you are seated here playing that game, partisan politics. You can't see beyond your parties. And sometimes you forget that, as some have echoed, you could be the one. Please, so the chair of the Committee on Health, the ranking member, please carry your members along, work on this matter. At the end of the day, the minister responsible for health, together with the committee, will have to come before this House. Then we can take that opportunity to legislate on the matter and try to bring finality to these needless deaths in our country. With this, I thank all of you for your contribution. I'm told that we have another very critical statement coming from the Minister for Lands and Forestry. I would have loved to preside, but I have a team waiting for me. So I will call on the first Deputy Speaker to take the chair. If he's not available, the second Deputy Speaker will take the chair, and then you can proceed with business. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you gave some directives to the Health Committee. Do you have timelines? A sense of urgency is important in these matters.
Very difficult, because I don't know the timelines of the earlier committee set up by the ministry and then also Kolebu. So it's very difficult for me to give timelines. That's why I want them to take control of it, supervise whatever the situation, they will report back to us, then we can take further, clearer directives on this matter. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, the fluctuation of time often kills matters in this country. We are outraged. A few days' time, State of the Nation address is presented, some major economic policy comes, then we move on. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must begin to inject a sense of urgency in our affairs. And so we must give each other timelines. So, Mr. Speaker, our timeline should dictate the pace at which the hospitals will move. It should dictate the pace at which the ministry should move. So that they will know how much pressure they should mount on all the others to finish their work. It's a very simple matter. The facts are obvious. I mean, it's not a complicated case. The facts are already known. They went to this hospital, they didn't attend to. They went to this other hospital, they didn't attend. They went to this other hospital, they didn't attend. What else is going to be investigated? Just the identity of the people who are responsible for receiving the patient, whether they were there, whether they met them, who they spoke to, and who misconducted himself. That's very basic. But the system has a way. When we set a committee to investigate, then they find a way of making sure that the matter dies at that level. By the time a report is ready, nobody's interested because people have moved on. It denies us an opportunity to fix the situation. So let's have a definite timeline, Mr. Speaker.
I think the First Deputy Speaker will take the chair and the House will have to give an indication as to the timeline. We don't dictate matters on this floor, we preside. And so if you draw our attention and we all prescribe the area, then the First Deputy Speaker will be clearer in giving a directive as to the timeline. I thank you for the opportunity. First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes. There's also a statement.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes. But yes, we hadn't concluded something.
Very well.
We had requested that the committee that is going to look into this unfortunate death should be given a timeline within which to present a report. And the issue came up that there are other committees looking into it. The government set up one. Kolebu is conducting its own investigations and etc. So we think that we should give them 2 weeks. We should give them 2 weeks to present a report to us. 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the maker of the statement.
Speaker,
yes.
We first of all want to thank you for admitting the statement and against the tall list that was in existence. So we are grateful, and also to members who have spoken to the matter and putting it in context. But the call for timelines to be added, I think is in the right place. Because it is not a referral that is being made to an ad hoc committee as permitted by orders. The referral was made to an existing committee of this House. So we are not going to start from the scratch where we have to put together members of parliament or members to constitute the committee. So I would want to speak in agreement to the call by the leader of the House that a fortnight should be enough for us to bring closure on this matter. It's a matter that should have our utmost attention, and we should also demonstrate to the public that we are committed to addressing such matters when they come up. So the 2 weeks is good, and I am in total agreement.
Very well. Honourable members, I will stand on the existing directives to further direct the Committee on Health to look into the matter and report within 2 weeks.
Speaker, I just want clarity. Mr. Speaker's direction was that the committee in Parliament takes the reports from both Kolebu and the ministry and peruse it. We currently don't have any report from either Kolebu or the ministry. So what timeline are we setting? Because the committee in Parliament doesn't have any report to work with yet. So the leader is suggesting that we 2 weeks for them to get the report from either Kolebu or the ministry. So the direction is for the agency doing the how do you call it, the investigation, to present the report to Parliament within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Okay.
What authority do we have to be directing that agency?
What?
3 weeks. Very well. That is why I said I am standing on the existing directives to further direct the committee to report. Now is 3 weeks. So, Committee on Health, take note.
Just
yes, the two leaders are up.
Because I am a bit worried about the timelines and the angle raised by our former whip, rather calling for 3 weeks.
Well,
Must we, leader?
Well, minority chief whip, you see, they are not going to start de novo. They will base it on whatever report that they are getting. So those people should be given some timeline within which to finish, and they will also work and then report to us. I so direct. Yes, I will now call on Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to make a statement on Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the name is Ama. It's not Ama.
Ama?
It's a big difference. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the 60th anniversary of the overthrow of Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and his government.
Please go ahead. Honorable Minority Whip, what?
I was in leadership with him. He's my good friend.
Yes.
He wants to make a statement as a minister, the government policy. Yes, but you see, you cannot make statement without giving us copies. We don't have copies. You don't inform us. It's not right. You should give us copies. Speaker, at least, that is the practice. At least give us copies as leadership. If you give other members, give us copies. It's not that. I am not objecting to you making the statement. No. Minister, I'm not objecting. Give us copies. That's all I'm saying. Speaker, if it's your pleasure that you should do it without giving us copy, that's fine.
Well, let me resolve this with the leadership, then I'll come to you. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making a copy available to him.
Very
Speaker,
well.
the entire front bench is depleted. The entire front bench of his side is depleted. Only one person is sitting there. So instead of 5 copies, I'll give him 1 copy. I'll give him 1 copy. So he has 1 copy. Mr. Speaker, this is also a commemorative statement. It's a commemorative statement. It's not a statement about his constituency or, it is to commemorate a particular event. And every year, we'll be making similar statements. Indeed, the statement that they made this morning, they didn't distribute copies to this site. It wasn't scheduled. It was not distributed. It was once he was sitting there that I requested, and he gave it to one of the clerks at table, and then they came and gave me a copy. So if you want to raise the issue of not being given a copy of the statement as a basis for raising some opposition, we will revisit your previous conduct. This morning, you made a statement without giving me a copy. So what are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, I think that you have admitted the statement. Let's proceed.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't litigate. I'm a straightforward person. Now, Speaker, I'll invite you to Order 93. Order 93, and I'll read 7 and 8. Speaker, with your leave, the Speaker shall cause to be transmitted to the clerk statement admitted to be made on a particular day to be advertised on the order paper for the purpose of notice to members. The clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statement. We can't be flouting our own rules. And majority, that when you say that your leader, the leader did not give you copy of the statement, it's not acceptable to me. You monkeys play by size. You guys should be talking. The two of you should be talking. If the two of you are not relating, this is what will happen.
You see,
I don't know the number of times. Can I just finish? I beg you, Speaker. Let me just finish.
Why are we doing this to
Speaker,
ourselves?
I'm not objecting. I will not. Amakofi Bua is my friend. He will do it. But I'm just saying that next time he should try at least give copies to us. That's all. Speaker, without adding more, you can permit him to make the statement.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that this objection, I don't want to believe, is because it is a statement to celebrate the Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, because you see, we have been going. Can I finish? We have been going.
With all due respect.
We have been encouraging.
Honorable Soini. With all due respect,
Speaker,
you have the time to contribute to the statement.
I will, yes.
So please,
but that's not where I'm going.
Please,
Speaker,
I am pleading with you. I am pleading with you, Honorable Soini. I will therefore call on the maker of the statement, Honorable Emmanuel.
The statement is on the console. We are encouraging IT.
Honorable Emmanuel Ama, you have the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise with the heavy heart, yet with the spirit fortified with historical truths. And that's how fired up I am today to make this statement. Today, the 24th of February, 2026, marks 60 years since the most regrettable and darkest moment in our nation's history, the overthrow of the founder of modern Ghana, the man whose very blood mingles with the soil of my beloved constituency, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. 60 years ago, on February 24th, 1966, a dark cloud descended upon our young republic. What was termed at the time as Operation Cold Chop was in reality the assassination of the African dream. The verdict of history. For decades, the events of 24th February were all shrouded in the convenient narratives of the victors. But today, 60 years removed from that fateful day, the fog of propaganda has been lifted by the cold, hard light of the classified truth. Mr. Speaker, we must place on the permanent record of this House that what happened on that day was not merely a coup. It was an assassination of a dream, orchestrated by individuals who could not bear to see an independent, self-reliant, and powerful black star shining so brightly. Today we know from the classified records across the globe that what really happened was a well-coordinated plot timed to occur while our president was on a peace mission to Hanoi, seeking an end to the Vietnam War. It was a stab in the back delivered by those who saw Nkrumah's Ghana as a threat to their neo-colonial agenda. As confirmed by His Excellency the President recently, during the 68th Independence Day celebrations, and now supported by overwhelming documentary evidence from across the globe, the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was a coup inspired, engineered, and executed with the active complicity of external forces. The crime of Nkrumah was not mismanagement. It was his audacity to dream of a United States of Africa. An Africa that could control its own resources, threatening the grip of neocolonialism. Mr. Speaker, let us call it what it was, an act of international aggression against a sovereign African state. The coup did not just remove a man, it shattered the vision of an industrialized, self-reliant Ghana. It halted the construction of a nation that will process its own cocoa, refine its own oil, and manufacture its own goods. It plunged us into decades of political instability, backtracking on our progress we had made, setting back our attainment of nationhood by a generation. As we acknowledge the tragedy of the overthrow, we must, with equal vigor, reaffirm the unparalleled and singular role Kwame Nkrumah played during the birthing of this nation. There are those who, driven by political expediency or historical revisionism, may seek to diminish this legacy. Mr. Speaker, let no one be deceived. Kwame Nkrumah was not just a participant in Ghana's independence struggle. He was the architect, the driving force, and the strategic genius behind that movement. While we honor the contributions of all our forebears, and we must honor them for their contributions, the historical facts are unequivocal. It was Nkrumah who, upon his return from the US and UK in 1947, brought a radical energy to the politics of the Gold Coast. It was Nkrumah who founded the CPP, a mass political movement that mobilized not just the elite, but the ordinary people, the market women, the workers, and the youth. It was Nkrumah who coined the battle cry, self-government now, and organized the positive action campaigns of strikes and boycotts that made the colony ungovernable for the British. When he was imprisoned by the colonial authorities for his activism, it was Nkrumah's party that won the 1951 election, forcing the British to release him and invite him to lead government business. And it was Kwame Nkrumah who, on the night of the 6th of March, 1957, stood before the world and declared that the Ghanaian people were free forever. His vision did not stop at our borders. He understood that our freedom was meaningless unless it was linked up with the total liberation of the African continent. His legacy is etched into the very fabric of our nation. And we can think about it and reflect on it today. The Akosombo Dam that continues to light our homes. The Tema Harbor that anchors our trade. The Ghana Airways that connected us to the world. The secondary schools built across the nation, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, which remains a citadel of learning. Can we imagine modern Ghana without these foundational pillars? As I conclude, I'm reminded of the words of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I am in the knowledge that death can never extinguish the torch which I have lit in Ghana and Africa. Long after I'm dead and gone, the light will continue to burn and burn aloft, giving light and guidance to all people. He lives on in the Akosombo Dam's turbines. He lives on in the minds of students of KNUST. He lives on in every Pan-African ideal we dare to speak. He lives on in the determination of all Ghanaians to finish the work he started. Let this 60th anniversary mark a turning point. Let us as one people finally agree on the important and indispensable role of Osaji Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in founding our country. Let's recommit to the ideals of self-reliance, Pan-African unity, and the industrial transformation that Kwame Nkrumah so tirelessly championed. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Amen. And may the example of his life forever guide our path. God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for comment on the statement. Yes, Honourable Abujinapo.
Listen, finally, let's agree. One history, one people, one destiny.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the MP for Elembele and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, some weeks ago, when a similar statement was made in honor of Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Mr. Speaker, I made a point, and I want to repeat it here, which is that in celebrating the leaders, the historic leaders of our country, does not automatically, Mr. Speaker, translate into the condemnation of others. And Mr. Speaker, it is in that spirit that I want to commend and salute the Minister for making this statement, whilst I do not agree with the entirety of the content of the statement. Mr. Speaker, it is trite that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, was and continues to be a historic leader of our country, and nobody in this country can challenge that. Mr. Speaker, secondly, I think it's also important that when we are interrogating the legacies and the achievements or the standing of our leaders, Mr. Speaker, we should be dispassionate. We should talk about their good sides, amplify them, and as much as possible, emulate them, and the aspects which are also not particularly desirable, as human as they were, we should acknowledge them. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly pleasantly intrigued when Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher passed and the British people were interrogating her legacy. There were a group of people who were celebrating her achievements. There were others who were demonstrating and indicating her flaws. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that Dr. Nkrumah fought very much for the independence of our country. Indeed, Dr. Nkrumah was the man who led the positive action, who became the Prime Minister, who negotiated all through till Ghana became a republic. Mr. Speaker, the motion of destiny was moved in the parliament by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and when he became president, when he became Prime Minister and President, like the maker of the statement rightly pointed out, he led an industrialization effort of our country. There are landmarks in our country which continue to stand in his name, which continue to benefit our country. There are Kosomo Dam, Tema Motorway, and several other monumental installations. Mr. Speaker, I continue to be particularly inspired by Dr. Nkrumah's black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. Mr. Speaker, let's situate his efforts in the proper historical context. At the time Dr. Nkrumah led our country to independence and stood up for black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. Mr. Speaker, those times, that kind of standing was not popular, but he stood up. And if you follow his history, you follow his works, he indeed did it with extraordinary excellence, and that obviously should be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I believe we should mention about Dr. Nkrumah is the unity of our country. And I think the unity of our country today, to a very large extent, can be traced to Dr. Nkrumah's policy of the boarding system in our country, where he insisted that Ghanaians of all walks of life from all parts of Ghana should be in school with one another. And so you could find somebody from Greater Accra being posted to school in Northern Ghana, somebody from Northern Ghana being posted to Volta region. And that has stayed, and I think it's contributed immensely to the unity and harmony of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are several examples I can give to attest to the extraordinary leadership of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. In the same token, Mr. Speaker, it's also important for us to recognize that there were certain things that happened under Dr. Nkrumah's reign which should continue to guide us as a country. And Mr. Speaker, constitutional law experts of constitutionalism will tell you that if you take a country's constitution and you study it carefully, that constitution can tell you the history and aspirations of the country. And I cite, for example, the one-party state system, which has been expressly proscribed by Article 3 of our national constitution. And for a want of time, I will not read it verbatim. But Article 3 of our national constitution expressly proscribes, outlaws, bans any form of one-party state in Ghana. It is a direct response to the one-party states in the First Republic. We have to recognize that. Mr. Speaker, if we take Article 270 of our national constitution, Article 270 of our national constitution talks about the independence of the chieftaincy institution. That, again, is a direct response to the chieftaincy system which pertained in the First Republic of our country, where chiefs could be distilled and disclaimed and transferred across board. The framers of our national constitution deemed it necessary to expressly prescribe and ensure that the chieftaincy institution is independent. Mr. Speaker, if you look at, for example, the whole of Chapter 5 of our national constitution, specifically Article 14 of our national constitution, the right to fair trial and the need for one to be tried and convicted before they are detained, that again is a direct response to the Preventive Detention Act, in the First Republic. Mr. Speaker, it is evidence that Dr. Nkrumah, as great as he is, was not a perfect human being, was not a perfect leader. And so in discussing the first president of our country, it's important that we recognize all of this. But I want to conclude by indicating our friends are always very happy to associate themselves with Dr. Nkrumah. Dr. Nkrumah is not National Democratic Congress by any measure. Indeed, Dr. Nkrumah was brought into Ghana here by Pa Grant, one of the founding leaders of the UGCC, the foundation political party of the New Patriotic Party, after he was introduced by Akwaje and the rest. Mr. Speaker, and so when we discuss Dr. Nkrumah, it should not be looked through the lens of partisanship. Never should it be. Indeed, the BBC has recognized Dr. Nkrumah as the African of the century. All of us Ghanaians should be proud of that. And all of us Ghanaians should continue to celebrate our leaders, Dr. Nkrumah inclusive, and learn from their positive sides and the sides that we have to take lessons out of. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister for making this statement, and I want to say that the House should today celebrate Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of our country, just as many countries celebrate their first president, like George Washington of the United States and many other places, and just as we should celebrate other leaders who also contributed to the establishment of our country and the development of our country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
The rules are clear. Let's operate within it. Yes, let me recognize Deputy Minister for Lands, and then I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for this very important and historic statement he's made. Mr. Speaker, I've just listened to my younger brother, the MP for Damango, and I was wondering the constitution that he was making reference to. He was seriously making reference to the 1992 constitution. Meanwhile, the event that we are talking about happened not under this constitution. So I was a bit confused. It is important to situate his references to the constitutions that were in existence at the time of Kwame Nkrumah. I thought that we should make this correction. Again, a couple of weeks ago, my brother also read a statement or contributed to the statement on J.B. Dankwa, but he failed to bring up the bar size of J.B. Dankwa. But he's very comfortable to say that there is a need for us to always look at the two sides. Meanwhile, when he was contributing to J.B. Dankwa's statement, he never saw anything wrong with J.B. Dankwa. And I believe that J.B. Dankwa is not a saint. But this is not the day for us to go into the bad aspects of J.B. Dankwa. I will not do that. The day will come when we will tell you the wrong and the bad aspects of J.B. Dankwa. I agree with you perfectly when you say that we should eulogize our leaders. Let us tell their achievements and let us look at those achievements and emulate those achievements. That's exactly what we should be doing. And that is why this statement is very, very important. And I'm just going to touch about only three
achievements of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of the nation called Ghana. He is the founder and is established. Even primary school children are aware that the founder of the state called Ghana is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and that should be the record. That should be the record that nobody should attempt. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the achievements of Kwame Nkrumah. I said I'm going to mention about only 3 or 4. One, I'm going to look at the educational and health achievements of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. For some of us who are here today, our grandparents enjoyed free education. And that was the initiation of the late Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, especially those of us from the northern part of this country. Many of our grandfathers wouldn't have been educated, but for the fact that he was so generous enough that he gave us the opportunity to have free education. We have seen under some administration where some attempts were made to even take that away from us. We thank Dr. Kwame Nkrumah for that very important free education that he gave us. Like it was mentioned, very important educational institutions. The Kwame Nkrumah University of Ghana Science and Technology, Kwalebu Teaching School, the medical school, all these were some of the important landmarks that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah left behind us. Mr. Speaker, even as we speak, as a nation, we are struggling to maintain them. And so there's a need for us to continue to eulogize him. Again, when it comes to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the motorway that we are all proud of is associated to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a project that all of us will agree that it has no size in any part of this country. There's a need for us to eulogize him when it comes to this. Mr. Speaker, as if that was not enough, he connected the Tema motorway to the Tema Harbor. Can you ask yourself a question? If this harbor was not there, what would have been the fate of this country? If the Tema Harbor was not there, even our revenue generation would have been affected. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about the Akosombo Dam. The Akosombo Dam today,
member, conclude.
If not for the Akosombo Dam, would have been bad business. Mr. Speaker, I can also end without talking about some industries that he has built. We have the likes of the Akosombo Dam, we have Gihok, we have pharmaceutical companies dotted everywhere. In fact, tomato factories were built in this country by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Today, we have our people traveling to Burkina Faso to go and import tomato. This was a visionary leader who created so many tomato farms everywhere, and to add value to it, he established so many factories. Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, there's no any single meat factory in this country. It took that visionary leader to establish meat processing factories in this country. And so if there's any leader who has achieved in terms of education, in terms of politics, in terms of health, in terms of infrastructure, none can be compared to him. With this, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. God bless you.
Yes, Honorable Tampoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and the gentleman representing the good people of Elembele. Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed that we did not have the benefit of the prior, notice of the statements so that we could have contributed more meaningfully. That said, we still can make some valuable comments as far as the statement that we had is concerned. Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, of blessed memory.
Honourable member, the statement is on the council. What are you complaining about?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I can read it now. So, Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating an illustrious son of Ghana. Not just Ghana, but of Africa. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 1999 and 2000, those days I used to be an ardent listener of BBC from the 1995 thereabout all the way. And so I used to get all these snippets of information. And so I listened carefully when voter after voter called in to vote on who is the African personality of the century. And Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all of us felt very, very proud that in the face of the likes of Nelson Mandela and so on and so forth, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah stood tall among his peers and those who were before him. Mr. Speaker, I am a beneficiary of the Northern Scholarship that was instituted by the Nkrumah regime. And Mr. Speaker, there were times that when I was in school that my colleagues from down south, especially around Kintampo, were asked to leave the school because they hadn't paid school fees. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter whether your parents could even afford. You were entitled to the free scholarship. And Mr. Speaker, all of us have to continue to thank, the generosity and the pioneering role that Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah played at the time. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot that we can talk about Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, including the iconic Akosombo Dam, which currently still continues to generate over 1,000 megawatts of electricity capacity, and downstream we have the Kpong Dam, 60 megawatts, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah stands out. And one of the things that my very good brother, honorable member for Damongo, said was about the unity of this country. Mr. Speaker, in 1957, December 1957, a law was passed to proscribe political parties that were based on tribes, on ethnicity, on religion, and on sectional basis. And that is one of the things that has united this country and brought us together, not on the basis of which ethnic group that you belong to or which religious group that you belong to. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to commend ourselves and to commend, the pioneers of this country for the role that they played and the foundation that they laid for all of us. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 1950, I believe in January 1950, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah reportedly made a statement that the chiefs will run away and leave their sandals behind. There was a tension between Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the traditional authorities in this country. Mr. Speaker, so when my brother, Honorable Abu Jinapor, makes reference to Article 270, he is making reference to a situation which currently pertains in Nigeria, that you can only become a chief, an emir, an oba at the discretion of the state governor. So that the only way you can become a chief is to be recognized and given an appointment letter by a state governor. Mr. Speaker, what my brother was seeking to say is that in this country today, you are a chief on the basis of the definition of a chief under Article 277, which says that a chief is someone who, having hailed from the appropriate royal family, has been installed and installed or installed, becomes a chief, and nothing about recognition of government. Mr. Speaker, when again we talk about today's multi-party democracy, we must have regard to 1964, when Ghana was declared one-party state. Mr. Speaker, if Ghana continued to be a one-party state, we will not be in this chamber representing different parties and celebrating our multiplicity. Mr. Speaker, some celebrated in this country in 1966 when the coup occurred, and justifiably so, because they felt the heavy arm of the government of the day came upon them, and there was no way that democracy could have continued under multi-party democracy.
Members want to take more contributions, so let's operate within the time frame.
Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we will also recognize that he had his shortcomings just as any other human being, and we must put that on record. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, we can take few more comments if you restrict ourselves to the mandatory 5 minutes stated in our order. So, yes, Honourable Minister for.
Mr. Speaker, let me join the Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Buah to honor the life and enduring legacy of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, a towering figure in Ghana's history, a giant and a colossus of African liberation. But Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah had a very healthy, a very cordial relationship with the chiefs. Indeed, they worked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, and closely. Of course, there were some few chiefs who did not share in the positive aspiration, the positive view of ensuring that we had an accelerated economic development as far as Ghana is concerned. Today is Nkrumah's day. Give it to him. If tomorrow is Dr. Buzia's day, we give it to him. If the next day it is His Excellency Flag Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings' day, a man in whom I'm so proud of, we give it to him. But as for today, whether you like it or not, it's Kwame Nkrumah's day. And give it to him. This is not the day to try to look for faults about somebody whose contribution cannot be erased in the history or the annals of Ghana's history. So don't do that. But Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that we can learn from Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's vision as at yesterday is as relevant as it is today. And for me, that is what we should be looking at. Somebody talked about a one-party state. Newton's third law of motion states unequivocally that action and reaction are opposite and equal. But even as they are equal, one is more equal than the other. So when you go planting kulungungu bombs, when you go planting kulungungu bombs, Mr. Speaker, let me plead with those physicists who metamorphosed a day into lawyers, those physicists who metamorphosed in a day into lawyers, to allow those of us who are still in the science field to do the science. Mr. Speaker, because you said we shouldn't belabor the point, let me commend the Honorable Ama Kofi-Buah for bringing this very, very important topic to this floor. We share in this joy with him as the Member of Parliament for Sajifo's constituency. I know he's blazing the trail, and I will not be surprised if we have another Nkrumah from that constituency. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for indulging me. I'm grateful.
Honorable Minister, I am told the name is Ama, not Ama. It's Ama.
Mr. Speaker, maybe it's the phonetics, but it's Ama. I was his deputy, so
no, I
should be able to pronounce
earlier.
his name well.
Yes, Honorable Obama.
Thank you very much.
Recognition to what is all about it. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement made by my senior colleague, Honorable Ama Kofi-Buah. Mr. Speaker, coming from the Western region as well, I think it is important for us to commemorate this day. But what are we actually commemorating? We are commemorating the unfortunate coup d'etat that led to Dr. Nkrumah's reign as President of the Republic. And so
unlike what my brother John Jinapo was trying to portray, as if today was Nkrumah's birthday, for which we are supposed to celebrate, it is important that we put into context the occasion that we are focusing upon. Mr. Speaker, in remembering Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I think we are all added to the fact that he contributed significantly to the development of this country. We've had different schools of thought that believe that if Dr. Nkrumah had continued to be in office as President of the Republic, so much could have been achieved, not only in Ghana, but as well in bringing Africa together as one. So that strong advocacy is there. But you cannot also take away the concerns of others who believe that in perpetuating Dr. Nkrumah's reign would also have crippled a segment of society who would not have had the opportunity to have the multi-party democracy that we so wish. And so these are very fundamental matters that we should be guided. But my biggest question is, 60 years down the line, what has happened to us as a country? We are enjoying the fourth republic of this particular country, meaning that we've had government truncated at the second republic, at the third republic, and now we are on the fourth republic. What lessons have we learned 60 years down the line? All the presidents that have come over the years, what have been their contributions as well to national development? We are singling out Dr. Nkrumah for the Temamoto Way, Akosombo Dam, amongst others. All the leaders that also came into this country, what has been their contribution? From Achampon, Operation Feed Yourself, we remember him. We remember Structural Adjustment Program under President Rawlings. We remember President Kufuor for National Health Insurance Scheme. Yes, HIPIC and National Health Insurance. Then you remember President Akufo-Addo for the free SHS. So leaders come and go. But today, in this parliament, the biggest question I want us to think about, what legacy are we also leaving as Ghanaians? This ninth parliament, if we take inspiration from Dr. Nkrumah, what are we doing to also support the promotion of this country? We have the mandate to pass bills. How well are we focusing in making sure that we become more detailed and thorough to pass bills that will last the test of time? And so in concluding, because of time, I believe that Mr. Speaker, Nkrumah has paid his dues. Dr. Nkrumah has served this country well, likewise others in this country. But we owe it a duty as a ninth parliament that we also contribute our quota, we become more diligent, we pass laws that will stand the test of time, so that future generations will also ask, when Mahama Yariga was the leader in the ninth parliament, what did he lead us to achieve? When Honorable Afenyo Makin Osahene was the minority leader, what did he lead us to achieve? When all of us collectively, we served in the ninth parliament, what did we contribute to national development? With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity given.
Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank the Honorable Kofi Amabua for the presentation of that eloquent statement, which is in memory of the overthrow of Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah on this same day, 24 February 1966. Mr. Speaker, Kwame Nkrumah's contribution to literature as a sitting president is unparalleled. In fact, he chalked a feat that no sitting president has ever done. In fact, as sitting president, Nkrumah had 9 scholarly works to his credit. And in fact, most of his works came in the form of predictions. Let me start with his work, which is entitled Africa Must Unite. Mr. Speaker, in Africa Must Unite, Nkrumah talks about the balkanization of the African continent and the dangers associated with such balkanization. Mr. Speaker, after the overthrow of Nkrumah today, the balkanization of the continent is evident for all to see. its harmful effects. Because we are not united, Mr. Speaker, today, Ghana can have a trade war with Nigeria. Because here in Ghana, we believe that traders, locals, indigenes, are the only ones who must be involved in the retail trade. If you go to Nigeria, the story is not any different. In fact, people who are of the same ethnic origins in most countries across borders are involved in border disputes. In fact, a few days ago, I heard that our Attorney General has decided to bring an action against Togo before the ITLOS for the proper delimitation of our maritime domain. It is all because of the balkanization of the African continent. And Nkrumah predicted about all those things. Mr. Speaker, in one of his works, Neocolonialism, that is the title, The Last Stages of Imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah again predicted that a time is coming. The colonial powers we had dislodged in our fight against colonialism would take over the continent if care was not taken. Today, Mr. Speaker, the giants of our time are back. In fact, mines are being taken over, railways are being taken over, airports are being seized by those giants, and you can name them. Nkrumah predicted all these things. Mr. Speaker, let me advert my mind to a point my colleague Abu Jinapo made. He said that Nkrumah had his bad sides as well as his good sides. And so when we are talking about Nkrumah, we should not only pontificate about the good things Kwame Nkrumah did. And he mentioned the declaration of Ghana as a one-party state, which was one of the things Nkrumah did, which was bad for our democratic experiment. But Mr. Speaker, what Honorable Abu Jinapo failed to tell us is that the exigencies of the time in the 1960s made it very compelling for Ghana to become a one-party state. Mr. Speaker, after Kwame Nkrumah had successfully routed all the political parties in successive elections, the political parties turned themselves into terrorist groups and were actually behind the Kulungungu bombings. In fact, before Ametepe's execution, he made startling confessions about the involvement of political bigwigs who pushed them to do what they did. So, Mr. Speaker, if you talk about one-party state, Nkrumah was not afraid of losing elections to any political party at the time. In fact, we had the NLM. The NLM preached the formation of a federal state. Their slogan was, Yati Ahun. Let's break away. In fact, when they realized that they couldn't defeat Nkrumah in elections, what was Asante at the time was declared a no-go area. And can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that a sitting president could not even set foot in a part of this country? And so that is why groups like the NLM had to be disbanded. The exigencies of the time warranted it. Mr. Speaker, can we imagine that after that dastardly act at Kulungungu, the opposition at the time was still not satisfied, and so in '64 they pushed Ametepe to shoot Nkrumah at close range. If you were Kwame Nkrumah, what would you have done? What would have been your response? So the Preventive Detention Act was a direct response to the acts of terror which had been committed at the time. A leading political figure in this country, Obechebi Lamte, was convicted in absentia for plotting to kill Kwame Nkrumah. His base was Lomi. His base was Lomi, Mr. Speaker. Lecture them. And so you see that nothing was left of the opposition because the opposition had even turned themselves into terror organizations. That is why the one-party state was declared and institutionalized in our national constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, we talk about Chapter 5 of the Constitution, which is a response to the lack of a Bill of Rights in the 1960 Constitution. Yes, there was no Bill of Rights. Member conclude. Yes, so in conclusion, all I am seeking to do is to say is that Kwame Nkrumah was an astute leader. In fact, he was voted as the African of the Millennium in 1999 by a pro-Western media outlet, the BBC. And so when we are talking about Kwame Nkrumah, the least we can do is to say 1966, 24 February, was an inglorious moment. It was a tragic moment which should never have happened in the first place. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Leaders, we've done 3-3. Any indication? Yes, minority bench. Yes.
Speaker, I've gotten a signal from my colleague, the leader of the House, but I saw two gentlemen behind him up, and then I saw one behind me. So I would want to plead with him. Maybe we can just take 1-1 and close it up with leaders, if you don't mind. What do you think?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I recall the agreement that has been reached at the conclave.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, let's keep to that commitment. So just leadership and then.
Speaker, with respect, let me first thank the maker of the statement for bringing this very important matter to the floor of the House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I had a meeting to attend outside of this chamber, and I was signaled by my respected colleague that the statement on the overthrow of Nkrumah will be read by him. And it is his desire that I stay behind to add a voice to it. Mr. Speaker, upon a careful look at the document before us, it is titled, quote, Parliamentary Statement on the 60th anniversary of the overthrow of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, end of quote. So this statement in itself is not celebrating the work of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It is, however, recollecting the overthrow and telling us that it's been 60 years since the man was overthrown. Mr. Speaker, I'm very uncomfortable talking about coup d'etats because the 1966 coup d'etat is not the only coup d'etat this country has witnessed. We have witnessed other coup d'etats. We are also aware that through a coup d'etat that brought a government into being, eventually that government that came into being is that which birthed this Fourth Republic Constitution. And that has made it possible for us to be in this chamber today, to be involved in a national discourse. But Mr. Speaker, I was particularly struck, and I must say curiously struck, by it that came to this floor, coming from no less a person than my own very senior at the bar, Honorable Agalga. In his comment, he sought to justify the enactment of the PDA, the Preventive Detention Act, and made his own assessment. Mr. Speaker, some of the statements he made involve personally also have families, have children and grandchildren. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. I do not want to repeat some of the things he said. But if the children, the grandchildren of these individuals whose names were mentioned a while ago on serious allegations that
have not been substantiated in any public records are to take up these issues, then what it means is that we'll be in a vicious cycle of allegations and counter allegations, accusations and counter accusations. Mr. Speaker, I would want to acknowledge the content of Honorable Ama Kofi-Buah's statement, which is to the effect that Nkrumah led a government that took us on a path of industrialization. That is a fact that no one can deny. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that he outlined certain achievements of the Nkrumah government, this side of the House, a minority, can only associate with that, because, Mr. Speaker, obviously, if a government has come into being, has led a path to industrialization, every right-thinking Ghanaian must acknowledge that achievement, whether you disagree with his political philosophy or not. But it is equally important that the Second Republic, which ushered in for the first time our political tradition, undertook a major decentralization program, which laid the foundation for the current decentralization that we have enshrined in our constitution, and the record will bear me out. Again, the private sector initiative, where Ghanaian citizens were encouraged to get into private sector, to do business, also began actively in the Second Republic. No doubt, when Achimpong took over the reins of governance after his coup, he initiated this Operation Feed Yourself, Feed Your Industry. But all of that took root from the Busia initiative under the Second Republic. And Mr. Speaker, recently we know what we've achieved under J.A. Kufuor's golden age for business, the health insurance policy, and without doubt by far the free SHS, which we all know has come to help transform our country by way of investing in human capital. Mr. Speaker, in this talking about the history of our country, we must present it in a united form, and it shouldn't be a kind of history that everybody will have his version, and in the end that history will divide this house. No, we must be measured and rely on historical fact if we mean to talk about history. And you realize that no matter which part we all take, if we are dealing with a fact, we would all congregate at one point. Mr. Speaker, that I think we should bear that in mind. Mr. Speaker, I would want to state that although our leader, the first president, led the independence of this country, but that effort was collective. From the UGCC that acknowledged and recognized his work in Manchester as part of his activism in nationalist movement and paid for his ticket to come to Ghana, to the chiefs, to the veterans, to the ordinary citizens of the Gold Coast who took up nationalist activism, and eventually Nkrumah, using his mass mobilization and organization skills to take advantage for the benefit of his party. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take these ones away. Mr. Speaker, the role of the Big Six in the UGCC, of which Nkrumah himself was a member, must not also be discounted. And I'm saying that we must reflect a history that embraces diversity. Mr. Speaker, anything that seeks to diminish or bring down or whittle down the diversity of our nation should be something that none of us must celebrate. It is clear, Mr. Speaker,
from the historical facts that aspects of the CPP administration did not embrace pluralism and diversity. And I can argue this any day. So the argument from Honorable Agaga that certain political parties could not put themselves together, and therefore His Excellency the President Kwame Nkrumah, as he then was, had no choice than to enact in the Constitution a one-party system. Mr. Speaker, that is a very rich statement coming from a learned colleague, and I think that it must not be encouraged. Mr. Speaker, we must be proud of our respective political traditions. Honorable Kofi Buah, who made a statement this afternoon, today does not belong to the CPP. He finds himself with the NDC that traces its roots to Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, who had his own ideology, which ideology, Mr. Speaker, they all embrace. I am saying that with a and some other ideologies, but there is nothing wrong in moving to tell your story. But in telling your story, care must be taken not to condemn others. So, Mr. Speaker, I support him if he wants to tell a story, but the story must not be told at the expense of the tradition that I belong, the center-right ideology that believes in free enterprise, that believes in free speech, that believes in constitutionalism, that believes in the rule of law, that believes that opportunity must be given to all Ghanaians. There must be pluralism in society. That is the tradition I belong to, which I am proud of. Tell your story, let me tell my story. Mr. Speaker, there must be some lessons to be learned. I've already said, and at the risk of being repetitive, I want to say Nkrumah's industrialization effort must be commended and acknowledged. The Akosombo Dam, the continental leadership he provided. Mr. Speaker, in history, no leader has provided such continental leadership as that which we witnessed under Nkrumah, and I will not whittle this down. And in fact, it's that continental leadership role Nkrumah provided that saw Ghana being propelled in the international space by other leaders that followed. We saw what President Rawlings did. We saw what J.A. Kufuor did. We saw what Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo did. To the extent that Ghana is well placed for its citizens to play important roles when it comes to international diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, that I give it to President Nkrumah, and that record must reflect. Mr. Speaker, excesses must be discussed. Mr. Speaker, for instance, in today's history, it is a fact that it is during NDC's time that the Chief Justice was removed. Nobody can take it away. And no matter how we color it, it has become part of the records of the government. And any student, any objective student of history will see that as part of the excesses of the government. Mr. Speaker, that we must acknowledge. And that is the reason why I'm saying that the PDA must not be justified by anybody in this chamber. The PDA must be acknowledged as one of the excesses of the Nkrumah administration. The Nkrumah administration also labeled its policies in a manner that over-concentrated power. And Mr. Speaker, concentration of power, as the maxim goes, that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Mr. Speaker, the Nkrumah CPP government created a centralized system that in itself disallowed pluralism, disallowed diversity, disallowed different shades of opinion. And this is part of the record. It is no wrong pointing this out, and I hereby reaffirm that. However, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that this democracy we have today in Ghana must endure. We have to ensure that with all the lessons learned from the Nkrumah era and some of the excesses, we who have the opportunity of history will do the right thing and ensure that we can accommodate one another. Fortunately for us, under this fourth Republican dispensation, the two main political parties that have been running government have had the opportunity to also be in opposition. So it's a lesson to those of you in government today. If outside we made some mistakes yesterday, find a space, a place in your heart to overcome whatever excesses that you think came from us last 8 years. However, to end that vicious cycle, yours is to lay a new foundation upon which the future will remember you, of tolerance, that you do me, I do you must end. A situation where when a new government is coming into office, businessmen are afraid. A situation where Ghanaian businesses suffer when there's a change in government, rather foreign businesses expand, grow, and get new opportunities. We need to look at all of that. Mr. Speaker, the youth unemployment situation is something that calls for action, and I will not belabor, because, Mr. Speaker, whilst we are unemployment is key. So whilst we talk about Nkrumah's overthrow, it is important that we as a house, particularly those of us on this side of the house, ensure that we engage in proper scrutiny that would make you, those of you in government, to sit up in ensuring that promises you made are fulfilled, policies are enacted in a manner that will create jobs, like the 24-hour economy. You said 1 job, 3 shifts.
Honorable Leader,
yes,
kindly conclude.
I'm rounding up, Mr. Speaker. I'm on my last note. So give me a minute. I will land for you, Mr. Speaker. Like the issue of the cocoa producer price, we have a duty, and it's a duty sine qua non. Mr. Speaker, we have a duty as a minority to point out to you how wrong such a decision is. That you promise the cocoa farmer that when you come into office, you will increase producer price to 6,000. But when you come, you reduce it. Mr. Speaker, this is something that it can only take democracy for the minority to air its views. If it's a one-party state, minority cannot speak. There will be no minority. And you may not even know that you are doing something wrong. You take the people for granted. But at least when we took you on, you started paying the cocoa farmers. But it's not enough. Like, for instance, during the SONA, we expect that Mr. President will announce a reversal of that decision. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to pay the cocoa farmers. What we want is that you restore the cocoa farmer to his original state. Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude, Mr. Speaker. I shall conclude by submitting that, one, our country's history is bigger than one individual. Talking about who is a founder and who are the founders are particularly, to me, very immaterial and inconsequential. What matters is to acknowledge the fact that a collective effort was made, but there was a leader. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of this house always will welcome issues that would come up, especially when such issues deal with the history of our country, because we are committed to defending a constitutional order that guarantees freedom, multi-party democracy, and accountability. We don't want statements that will seek to justify a one-party state. No, we will be bringing back unhealthy memories. And Mr. Speaker, I hold a view, finally, that honoring Nkrumah as an individual means strengthening institutions, expanding opportunities, and safeguarding liberty for future generations. Because, Mr. Speaker, you'll be talking about the good and the bad. You'll be talking about a man who laid down his life alongside others for our country. Our youth needs somebody to inspire them. So it's not about seeing everything wrong with the CPP and Kwame Nkrumah. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we don't celebrate patriotism. We don't. We have overpolarized everything.
Honourable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
you say I'm a man of the rules, you are a man of the prudence.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, that is so.
Look at what is happening.
Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important.
If you know the right thing, but you don't do it.
I'm having my last word. It is therefore important that we take every step in giving historical account to ensure that we live as a united country rather than a polarized society. Mr. Speaker, that's it. I will resume my seat without more, and thank you for the treasure space.
Majority Leader.
I will yield to Honorable Sweeney.
Yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Right. Speaker, from all indications, it looks like I was right when earlier Honorable Anodompreh needlessly interjected in the attempt by the Honorable Kofi Ama to present this statement. My indication was that it was my hope that his interjections were not based on the fact that the statement was to celebrate Ghana's favorite, Ghana's founder, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the one and only. Mr. Speaker, clearly the contributions from their side seem to indicate clearly that they are apprehensive and uncomfortable every time the name Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is mentioned. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore not surprising that today, if you Google Ghana's Day of Shame, that phrase is synonymous with the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It has come to be accepted worldwide that indeed 24 February 1966 was and still remains Ghana's Day of Shame. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, I miss my dear brother, Honorable Ibrahim Mutala, the former member of Parliament for Tamale Central, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that on a day like this, when the Big Six was mentioned, he would have reminded them that during the 1948 riots, 5 of the Big Six that got arrested denied Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and denied their involvement in the rioting. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that he would have reminded them of the bomb-throwing history that they so much hate to hear. But may his soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, you hear our colleagues on the other side talk about the need for us to celebrate our leaders but recognize their failings, their human failings. Mr. Speaker, you don't hear that when they make statements on Buzia, when they make statements on Dankwa, JB Dankwa. They don't take their own advice that we must recognize human failings when they make statements to celebrate them. Mr. Speaker, we must be very consistent in our arguments, and we must show, equity. When we demand equity, we must come with clean hands. Mr. Speaker, for example, you hear comparisons of structural adjustment to, what did he say? My colleague over there. Oh, when you talk about Rawlings, it's structural adjustment. But when you talk about Kufuor, it's not HIPIC, but it's National Health Insurance. Please, compare National Health Insurance to rural electrification and compare structural adjustment to HIPIC, and then you will be considered objective and fair. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the removal of an EC, a Chief Justice, don't forget about the removal of an Electoral Commission chair. That is how you are consistent and you are respected. But when you choose and pick and you are selective and yet you pontificate how your side is rather the best, you become a laughingstock of those who know the history and know the facts and know these issues. Mr. Speaker, for me, because we do not have much time, even what Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did in the area of infrastructure is not as important and significant as the awareness that his leadership created, the consciousness that his leadership created in not just the Ghanaian, but the African. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the Ghana Airways, it was not just about an airport and an airline and pilots. It was about the dignity of the African and how even black people all over the world associated with that success and celebrated it. When you talk of the Black Star Line, it was not just a ship sailing on high seas. It was what it represented, the dignity, the self-awareness, the consciousness that the African can indeed manage his own affairs. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of the motorway, which was one of the first to be constructed in the world, even before Britain did their own motorway, Mr. Speaker, it tells you that it was not just brick and mortar. It was about the consciousness. Mr. Speaker, I am therefore very, very happy today that as we mark Ghana's Day of Shame, our international airport that receives visitors no longer carries the name of the person who overthrew this greatest son of Africa. I am happy that today our international airport is known as the Accra International Airport, and no more that name. I am happy that today we are not celebrating the one who created that dark day. Mr. Speaker, let us, however, not ignore the contributions that other leaders have made since that overthrow. Indeed, especially as we started the fourth Republican Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is not safe for us in highlighting our failings to forget to acknowledge the successes and the advancements that we are making in various fields. Because when we don't acknowledge these achievements and little successes that we are chalking under the Fourth Republic, we put that Fourth Republican democracy at risk. Mr. Speaker, today I listened to a number of radio stations, and in celebrating Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, it was almost as if after Nkrumah, nothing good has happened to this country again. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true that that day remains the darkest day in our history. It is true that if Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was not overthrown in the manner that he was overthrown at the time that he was overthrown, we could have been better off. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not the case that we cannot pick the pieces and do better from now onwards. But let us remember that indeed fighting against the celebration of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is like kicking against a stone. It is only your feet that will get injured. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before asking for any indication, the statement that Honourable Anodombre made needless interjection is hereby ordered to be expunged from the record. Yes. Any indication? Yes, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we'll turn to item 7, questions.
The minister has been here since morning.
Are you aware there is other paper addendum?
No, the original order paper.
Are you aware there is other
Mr.
paper
Speaker.
addendum?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, but
That
when
is why I'm asking the whip
you
whether
say
he's
something
aware
to the
there is
Speaker,
other paper
you
addendum.
confront. You don't just get up and make applications. What I'm saying is that you normally would have to consult. You don't just make an application. That's a practice here. You know.
Yes, Majority Leader, please indicate the business we should take. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want us to vary the order of business so that we can have order paper addendum, item 1. That is the presentation of papers. That is the proposed formula for disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026.
Yes.
And then
Minority.
also, yeah.
The application is to vary the order of business we take. Item 1 on the order paper addendum.
But, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader must give indication that after laying the paper, we are coming back to answer for the questions on the works and housing. And we don't have any difficulty on that, so he can go ahead and lay it.
Public business, item numbered 1, starting with 1A, by the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I want to request your permission for the Deputy Minister to lay it. We all know that the Minister is unavoidably absent.
Yes, the application is for the Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have no difficulty. The Deputy Minister, who is the President of the Dog Meat Eaters Association, is my good friend, so he can lay it on behalf of the Minister.
Well, I am aware you are the Vice President. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker, the record must not bear this. I'm a Muslim and I don't eat dog meat. Mr. Speaker, so for that matter, I think that one is a very expensive joke.
So, if you are a Muslim, but you don't eat dog meat, how did you see the President eat dog meat?
Mr. Speaker, he told me that he is the President of the Dog Meat Eaters Association. And he said even the global president. So, but Mr. Speaker, that's what I know him to be.
Well, it's a good meat. It's a very good meat. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Proposed formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026.
Honourable members, the formula for the disbursement of the Ghana Education Trust Fund for the year 2026 has been duly presented, and it is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, we take the B.
No, Mr. Speaker, we cannot take.
The B should be after.
Yeah, the B should be after. So
Very
we cannot
well.
take that now.
Very well.
Yeah. So we can go back to questions, take a few questions, and then we'll start with the bills. Our original plan was to have taken the bills, but we've been overtaken by circumstances. The two statements have really taken much of our time. We had assembled the Minister for National Security, Response for National Security, here since 2 p.m. with a view that we will take a few clauses of the bill. But I plead with you that You will bear with us so that we can take some questions for the Minister for Works and Housing, and then we'll come back to the bills.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, with respect, I think we need to prioritize the bills that we are looking at. We have the legal education bill that we are still looking at. We are around clause 50. We still have about 35 clauses. I don't see the agency in the national security bill. So we don't need to rush that national security bill for now. Let's leave it. Let's finish that bill before we come and start with the national security bill. So after the questions, let's go to the legal thing. Let's get it done. Or else we touch here small, touch here small. It doesn't make our work very effective. You are confusing members, Majority Leader.
Honourable members, we have 10 questions slated for the Minister. Are we taking all the 10? And looking at the time, still coming back to the bill because it's now 5:36.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we decide not to engage in follow-up questions, maybe the questioner, if there's something that he really needs explanation for, she needs explanation for, they can ask. But if others can be stopped from asking follow-up questions, we can take all the questions.
Very well. Item number 7. Questions. I'll call on the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources to take the designated seat, whilst I call on the member questioners to pose their respective questions. First question on the order paper is question number 318, standing in the name of Honorable Gloria Owusu, MP for Trobu. You have the floor. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to seek your leave and coming under Order 883 to ask the question on behalf of Honorable Gloria Owusu, who has given me the permission to do that on her behalf.
Well, I don't grant permission. My leave is not pursuant to permission, so kindly resume your seat. I'll move to question number 369.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave with authority from the Honorable Member.
Yes, it's about time for members to use the procedural language. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works and Housing and Water Resources the measures being taken to complete all outstanding drainage works in the Trobo constituency to avoid loss of lives and property when it rains.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is concerned about flooding in the Trobo Amasaman constituency within the Gan West Municipal Assembly, which threatens lives, livelihoods, and property. Flooding in the municipality is primarily caused by unauthorized structures built on waterways and by encroachment into wetlands and natural water holding areas. The ministry is fully aware of the critical importance of these challenges to the municipality's water bodies and their impact on flood control and environmental management. The Ghana Hydrological Authority, under the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, undertook the silting works under the 2020 and 2023 National Flood Control Program, notably in Amasaman Railway, Fasi, Pokwasi Afiama, Insachi River, and the Torpedo Guest House area in 2024. These projects have substantially enhanced capacity, facilitated unrestricted flow, and accommodated a significant volume of stormwater during heavy rainfall episodes. This initiative is part of a comprehensive strategy to strengthen the hydrological resilience of flood-prone areas nationwide. Furthermore, Hydro has undertaken extensive drainage studies to develop effective flood mitigation strategies tailored to local hydrological and environmental conditions. The objective is to improve the planning, design, operation, and maintenance of stormwater drainage systems nationwide, with particular emphasis on the Greater Accra region. As a result of these studies, a storm drain was constructed at Munsi along the Ofanko Highway last year. Mr. Speaker, to address this issue sustainably, we have prioritized the development and implementation of catchment-based drainage master plans for major cities and rapidly growing towns. These plans account for the comprehensive hydrological and hydraulic behavior of river basins and urban catchments to guide appropriate drainage alignments, designs, and outfall management. Secondly, based on these plans, the Ministry, through Hydro and other stakeholders, will incorporate both engineered and nature-based solutions into urban drainage designs. For example, the construction of retention and detention ponds is being prioritized. These ponds temporarily store stormwater, reducing peak flows before controlled release downstream, thereby preventing direct high-volume discharge into rivers and lagoons during storms. In addition, green infrastructure solutions, including bioretention swales, infiltration trenches, and constructed wetlands, will be integrated into drainage projects to treat and attenuate stormwater before it enters natural water bodies, thereby promoting groundwater recharge and reducing pollutant loads. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these physical interventions, we have enhanced our focus on solid waste management and pollution control within drainage channels. Silt traps, screens, and waste retention chambers will now be standard features in our new drain designs, strategically installed to intercept waste before it clogs main channels or enters sensitive rivers and lagoons. Complementing this effort, we are increasing public awareness and local enforcement to address indiscriminate waste disposal, a primary cause of drainage blockages and flooding. Furthermore, the Ministry is preparing a legislative instrument aimed at operationalizing specific provisions in the Ghana Hydrological Authority Act 2022. The enforcement of these provisions, among other measures, is expected to facilitate drainage easements and safeguard waterway buffers from encroachment. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Ministry has provided for a number of drainage interventions in the National Flood Control Program for the Gan West Municipality, subject to the release of funds from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure Honorable Gloria Owusu and this esteemed House that my Ministry is focused on putting in place the requisite measures to ensure that all drainage works in the Gan West Municipality, particularly the Trobu constituency, are completed according to design and in a sustainable manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you to the Honourable Minister. No supplementary question.
We then move to question number 369, standing in the name of Michael Ochri Befi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the specific nature and purpose of the ongoing works by the Ghana Water Company Limited, which has deteriorated the asphalted Kofodia Township roads constructed by the previous government. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing works by Ghana Water Limited in the Koforidua Township primarily consist of emergency repairs to the existing water distribution pipeline infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, before the commencement of construction and asphalt laying of the Koforidua Township roads, no arrangements were made to relocate underground water pipelines in accordance with standard practices. Consequently, a 300mm diameter asbestos concrete pipeline located beneath the newly constructed roadway is experiencing frequent bursts due to its obsolete condition and the effects of heavy vehicular loads. This has required repeated excavation of the asphalt surface to assess and repair the damaged pipeline segments. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the ongoing work is to perform critical maintenance and repairs on the pipeline to restore water supply to affected communities. This intervention is intended to prevent potential health and environmental hazards from prolonged leaks along the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is aware of the impact these repair works have on the integrity of the road. Ghana Water Limited is taking the necessary steps to engage the relevant road authorities to agree on modalities to prevent the need to excavate road surfaces after construction, including the eventual relocation of the pipeline infrastructure from the middle of the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, in the event where these works that they are doing affect private facilities, private dwelling house of private citizens of New Jabin South, for that matter, Koforidua, is there any compensation or somehow that will be provided for the owners of these facilities?
Please file a specific question.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I'm talking, just a follow-up to the question I asked. You know, I was only asking about the main roads, but sometimes it affects private facilities that are very close to the main road. That's why I
look at your question in relation to Standing Order 89.
Thank you very much. I'm guided, sir. Thanks.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister, the households that has been cut off because of these constructions, what's the interim measures for these households to be connected to the Ghana Water Limited for the supply of water?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right after the works is completed, the households will start getting water. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister be kind enough to give us some timelines? Thank you.
Minister, any timeline?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work is ongoing. I have to cross-check and be sure with the timelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, we move to question number 388, standing in the name of Honorable Maxwell Kwame Lukuta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the current state of the Agodume Water Expansion Project in the South Tongue constituency, which is expected to supply water to other parts of the country and Togo.
Honourable members, before calling on the Minister, I will ask the Second Deputy to take the chair. Before then, let me say that the formula is rather referred to the Committee of the Whole for consideration and report. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources is currently engaged in the rehabilitation and expansion of the Kita Water Supply Project. This initiative aims to ensure the sustainable provision of potable water to regions and communities within the Southern Volta Enclave. It involves rehabilitating the existing water supply infrastructure to restore its original capacity and constructing a new water treatment plant with a capacity of 35,000 cubic meter per day in Agodome. The contractor, MS Lezico Infrastructure, is presently carrying out on-site work, though at a notably slower rate due to the non-payment of contractors' IPCs since 2022, which is as a result of the Ministry of Finance Debt Restructuring Efforts Program. As of December 2025, the project had achieved 72% completion. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to enhance the water supply to Sugakope, Dabala, Agodome, Wuti, Tegbi, Angloga, Keta, and the surrounding communities. Mr. Speaker, regarding the water supply to Togo, the ministry intends to advance this initiative through the Sugakope Lome Water Supply Project. The technical visibility study, supported by the African Development Bank, has been finalized. The remaining responsibilities include the completion of pertinent documentation, specifically the intergovernmental agreement between the governments of Ghana and Togo, and the public-private partnership feasibility model to be adopted for the implementation of the project. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project will enhance the water supply for communities including Abo, Abozome, Akache, Denu, Aflao, and Lome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lukuto, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the Minister what immediate plans there are to pay Lexico to complete this project, and how soon will he be expected to complete same?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently the ministry is engaging the Ministry of Finance to clear the outstanding IPCs, and I'm sure when the IPCs are cleared, latest by end of 2027, the project will be completed. Thank you.
Well. Yes, any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister and the ministry be kind enough to add the second phase of the project, which involves laying additional 10 inches or 12 inches pipes to the Sugakope Township, to the existing project of Lexico, since the pipes are already on site at Agodome, to relieve the people of the district of the dire need of potable water?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point is well noted. I'll discuss with the engineers if it could be done. If it could be done, definitely we would do it. Thank you.
Well. Honorable members, I believe this is a constituency-specific question, so we move to question 441, and the question stands in the name of Honorable Member for Bekwai, Honorable Ralph Pukwedise. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources what concrete plans are being implemented to attract private sector participation in housing delivery, including partnership with Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, GREDA, to address the housing needs of low and middle income earners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister. Honorable, may you put off your mic? Okay, good. Yes, Minister. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's current policy on affordable housing aims to reduce housing costs to the bare minimum, with a particular focus on addressing the needs of low to middle income households. The policy recognizes the pivotal role of the private sector in accelerating housing delivery nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the strategy is based on a public-private partnership framework under which the government provides land and critical horizontal infrastructure such as roads, drainage systems, electricity, water, and social amenities. Concurrently, private developers, particularly members of the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, are contracted to develop the vertical structures, namely housing units. To facilitate the offtake of these units, the ministry collaborates with organized labor unions and associations, connecting them directly with developers. This partnership aims to lower housing costs, making homes more affordable and accessible for most Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources upholds an inclusive approach by maintaining an open-door policy and actively engaging with the private sector, including GREDA. This collaboration aims to explore innovative, sustainable, and mutually beneficial partnerships that will enhance housing delivery and substantially reduce the national housing deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pokwedi, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, given the fact that today we are challenged with time, I won't ask any follow-up questions. I will end up here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So I'll move to question 505. Question 505. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Member for Tema Central, Honorable Charles Forson. Honorable, you may take the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the underlying reasons why water does not flow through our taps within the constituency in continuum. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, through Ghana Water Company Limited, continues to ensure that all parts of the Tema metropolitan area, including the Tema Central constituency, receive a regular, safe, potable water supply. The Tema Central constituency is supplied with treated water from the Pond Water Treatment Plant through a 1,050-millimeter diameter transmission main to the Tema Booster Station, from where water is distributed to consumers within the constituency and adjoining communities. Mr. Speaker, to ensure equitable distribution of the available treated water, Ghana Water Limited implements an existing water demand management plan. Under this plan, supply is systematically scheduled to ensure all customers receive water within each supply cycle. As part of this plan, water flows regularly to the Tema Central constituency on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays each week. On other days, water is routed to serve neighboring zones within the Tema distribution area to ensure balanced service for all consumers. Mr. Speaker, to address the situation in the long term, the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources is considering implementing the Pond Water Supply Expansion Project Phase 2 and the Aveime Water Supply Project. These interventions, when completed, will increase water production to meet future demand projections. Ghana Water Limited, through the ministry, is currently engaging some investors who have expressed interest in developing the projects with funding from donor partners. Mr. Speaker, The intermittent water flow in the Tema Central constituency is attributable not to a shortage or crisis, but to a regulated operational strategy designed to ensure equitable water supply distribution in accordance with an established demand management schedule. However, unforeseen operational issues such as power outages and significant pipeline bursts occasionally disrupt the water management program, resulting in deviations from the planned rationing schedule. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed to improving water transmission infrastructure to ensure an uninterrupted water supply in the medium to long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Forson, any supplementary question?
No, thank you. I will discuss other matters with him backstage. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we turn to question 506. 506. And it is in the name of a member for Botiano English Yaman from Honorable Felix Akwete Okle. Yes, Honorable. Yes, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources the measures being taken to construct all outstanding drainages in Botiano English Amanfro constituency. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Minister. Yes, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the question raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament regarding ongoing and planned drainage interventions in the Botiano English Amanfro constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Hydrological Authority, under the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, recognizes the critical importance of improving drainage infrastructure in the Botiano English Amanfro constituency, particularly given recurring flooding caused by rapid urbanization, encroachment on natural watercourses, and low-lying coastal terrain. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, the Ministry through Hydro has implemented several drainage interventions in the South Municipal Assembly, including the Botiano, Tuba, and Kuwait areas, despite limited budgetary allocation. Under the 2020 and 2023 National Flood Control Program, several priority drains were constructed and desilted to improve stormwater conveyance and reduce surface runoff and flooding. These include channel deepening, widening and improvement works, concrete line channels, culvert replacement, and catch pit systems designed to trap silt at the foot of the hills near the Kasua toll booths to enhance water flow efficiency, minimize erosion, and reduce floodwaters onto the Accra Cape Coast Highway. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, Hydro has undertaken additional assessments to identify unresolved drainage deficiencies in the Botiano English Amanfro area for incorporation into the subsequent phase of the National Flood Control Program and the urban resilience initiatives contingent on funding availability. Activities encompass mapping existing drainage systems, pinpointing bottlenecks, and integrating local flood data into the planning of new projects. The next phase will focus on strategically extending the upgrading the drainage network to ensure continuity between constructed and unconstructed sections, particularly in downstream areas that remain prone to flooding during heavy rainfall. Additionally, Hydro is working to align its interventions with the institutions and agencies involved in the National Flood Early Warning and Response Framework, ensuring that completed drains complement broader flood resilience and mitigation measures, including desilting, maintenance, and proper solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry through Hydro is actively pursuing funding arrangements to undertake these remaining works under a new national flood control program through targeted budgetary allocations and external partnerships. The Ghana Hydrological Authority will continue to engage the Assembly and local stakeholders to prioritize and sequence the critical sections for early implementations as funds become available. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry urges the municipal assemblies to ensure and enforce the bylaws that restrict development in wetlands and floodplains. Land use and spatial planning within local authority areas must be reviewed by the relevant stakeholders to prevent development in buffer zones, encroachment into water courses, and interference with natural drainage paths. Poor solid waste disposal practices and the presence of refuse in drainage system significantly contribute to flooding, as blocked drains prevent water from flowing away from during rainfall events. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry remains committed to progressively addressing all outstanding and priority drainage projects in the Botiano English Yamanfro constituency, subject to resource availability and the National Flood Mitigation Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Clay, any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so satisfied with the response, hence I don't have any further questions.
Thank you so much. Let me now turn to Techiman South. Honorable Martin Ejim Mensah-Kosa. Honorable, you may ask question listed as 507. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 95 to seek your leave to withdraw the question. Mr. Speaker, I do so because quite obviously this must have been some administrative mix-up. The question is under DRIP, and DRIP doesn't have anything to do with works and housing, so there must have been some mix-up. I do so accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we'll turn to question 575, and that is from a member from Akim Oda, Honorable Alexander Kwesi-Yakwa. Honorable, you may take the floor now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. I'm told today is your birthday. I hope you have enjoyed the day so far.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources when the Ghana Hydrological Authority will pay attention to the construction works that started contaminating the Busuku River within the Kwabenya Ashoreman enclave.
Very well. Kwabenya Ashoreman Estate. But are you a member of Parliament for Kwabenya Ashoreman Estate?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I know I'm asking this question on behalf of about 30 or 40 members of Parliament who live within that enclave.
That enclave?
Yes.
Probably including me.
I know, Mr. Speaker. You are one of them.
So, Honorable Minister, you may respond to the question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to wish you a happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the question raised by the Honourable Member of Parliament regarding the ongoing and planned drainage interventions in the Musuku River catchment in the Kwabenya Ashoreman environs. Mr. Speaker, the Musuku drain, located on the western side of the Odo main channel in the Kwabenya Ashoreman enclave, is a key tributary of the Odo catchment in the Ga East municipality. The Ghana Hydrological Authority is aware of the situation along the Musuku drain in the Kwabenya Ashoreman enclave, where unregulated construction activities have encroached on the natural watercourse, resulting in sedimentation, contamination, and reduced conveyance capacity. Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House that the downstream section of the Musuku has been designated as a key intervention area under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project. A major drainage project has been planned for this area, including the construction of a detention pond in the Musuku Drains downstream section to regulate stormwater peaks, control sediment, and improve the channel hydraulic performance. Preliminary designs and feasibility studies for the Garrick project have already been outlined. Integrated measures to restore the river's hydraulic capacity, control pollution, and prevent further encroachment. Upon completion of the necessary approvals, work will begin to rehabilitate the affected drain section and restore the ecological integrity of the Musuku River corridor. In the interim, Hydro continues to engage the Ga East Municipal Assembly and relevant stakeholders to curb indiscriminate solid waste dumping, enforce buffer zones, and coordinate routine desilting until the full-scale Garrick intervention commences. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry assures the Honourable Member that this August House, Honourable Member in this August House, that the Musuku River Channel is part of the priority drainage systems earmarked under the Garrick framework to address both the structural and environmental challenges currently affecting the Kwabenya-Ashoman environs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kwesiapa, any supplementary question?
No thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful.
Well, thank you so much. So let me move to Karachi East. Karachi East, Honorable Nelson Kofi Jabab. Honorable, you have the floor to ask the question listed in your today's order paper as 589.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources when the Dambai Water Project will commence.
Honorable Minister, Dambai Water Project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Karachi East constituency is currently not supplied by Ghana Water Limited. The constituency is catered for by the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. However, due to the expansion and the urbanization of the area, notably Dambai, Ghana Water Limited, as part of its strategic projects, has started engagements with potential investors for the development of the Dambai Water Supply Project. Mr. Speaker, the Dambai Water Supply Project is expected to deliver the following outputs: construction of a raw water intake structure complete with low lift pumps, construction of 11,500 cubic meters per day conventional water treatment plant complete with aerator, clarifiers, filters, and clear water storage for Dambai, construction of about 34.5 kilometers of treated water transmission pipeline and distribution network of approximately 125 kilometers. The Dambai Water Supply Project is intended to improve water supply mainly to Dambai, Chabukara, Pakpari, and adjoining communities. The project is envisaged to supply water to over 100,000 people living in the supply area. Mr. Speaker, the project has received a unique code following the submission of a project concept note to the Ministry of Finance. The feasibility study is far advanced and nearing finalization. The finalized feasibility study will be submitted to the Ministry of Finance in accordance with Regulation 9A of the Public Financial Management Regulations 2020 for approval and subsequent issuance of the seal of quality. This certification will enable the project to qualify for funding under the Ministry of Finance portfolio of priority projects. Mr. Speaker, the commencement of the project will depend on the following key activities: the finalization of the feasibility study, the issuance of the seal of quality by the Ministry of Finance, cabinet and parliamentary approvals, value for money assessment, signing of the financial agreement or commitment by the Ministry of Finance, and the award of contract. Mr. Speaker, it is envisaged that once all these activities have been undertaken, the project should commence within the current medium term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Kratchis, I suppose you also don't have any supplementary question. Very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, you take the last question from Atebubu Amantin, Honorable Sanja Nanja. Yes, to ask the question listed as 624. 624. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources what measures are being implemented to curb the perennial water crisis in the Atebubu Township.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin Township is currently not within Ghana Water Limited's operational areas. The water supply system in the constituency is a community-managed scheme. However, due to the rapid growth and ongoing urbanization in Atebubu, the ministry through Ghana Water Limited has initiated steps as part of planned projects to address increased water demand in Atebubu, Amantin, and the surrounding areas. In line with this, the ministry through Ghana Water Limited engaged prospective investors to develop the Atebubu Amantin water supply project. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin water supply project is a major water infrastructure initiative to improve potable water supply for Atebubu, Amantin, and surrounding communities in the Bono East region. The project is expected to supply water to more than 100,000 people in the supply area. Mr. Speaker, the Atebubu Amantin water supply project is expected to include the following: a construction of a weir and intake facility of a capacity 31,000 meter cube a day, million gallons of water per day. Supply and laying of a 900 millimeter raw water pipeline, construction of a new 28,000 meter cube a day, design and construction of 80 kilometer of treated water transmission pipeline, construction of water reservoirs and booster pumping stations, laying of 100 kilometer distribution network within beneficiary communities, undertake the supply of water to about 5,000 households, provision of 100 standpipes within the beneficiary areas, construction of staff accommodation, district office, laboratory, chemical storage buildings, administration building, workshop, and other auxiliary structures. Mr. Speaker, in February 2023, the project's development activities commenced in earnest. The following key activities have been undertaken to date: a comprehensive assessment of the contractor's capacity to execute the project, acceptance of the feasibility studies by the Ministry of Finance, and issuance of the seal of quality. This confirms that the necessary standards and requirements have been met. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that the project development activities were, however, suspended due to financing constraints arising from Ghana's debt restructuring program. As a result, progress toward value for money clearance and securing tax exemption approvals has been significantly delayed. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has recently instructed Ghana Water Limited to recommence project development activities and collaborate with relevant stakeholders to address unresolved issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Sanja Nanja, any supplementary question? Yes, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister to give us information on where will the booster station be located, the pumping station.
Yes, Minister. Do you have that information? Yes. Honorable Sanja Nanja, this will be a technical question, and I believe the minister offhand may not be able to know the location.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further supplementary questions except to thank the minister for the detailed answer and the firm assurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me extend our appreciation to you for attending upon the House to respond to members' questions. We appear to be satisfied with your questions, and we are hereby saying we are okay with your answers. So you are hereby discharged. Yes, leadership, are you constituting to Committee of the Whole?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So that will take get fund formula.
So, honorable members, we are constituting the House into Committee of the Whole to welcome the Get Fund Administrator. I guess the Minister for Education is not around, the Deputy Minister for Education, and the staff from the Get Fund. So the House is hereby constituting into the Committee of the Whole.
Ankamayira, Ankamayukra, Sonya Yeswa Daruma, Ankamayukra. You see, the meaning of the song is, I would have been lost if wasn't the grace of God. I would have been lost. I want you to join me, regardless what you are, where you've been. I want you to lift up your hands with me Let's worship him. Whatsoever that brought you, come out of your comfort zone and give him the praise. A weed smoker like me, a prostitute like me, a thief like me, an armed robber like me, somebody who has been judged by men. Who is me for me to stand in the presence of God? Ankama, you cry. Ankama, you cry. Sonya Yesu, nada Roma. Ankama, you cry. Ankama, you roll. Ankama, you roll. Sonya Yesu, nada Roma. Ankama, you cry. Enka au ayuro. Enka mini baby da. Sonya Yesu nada Roma. Ankama you cry. Sonya Yesu nada Roma. Ankama ma you cry. Sonya Yesu nada Roma. Ankama you cry. Midi makoma ni mikra. Meyi minya miaye. Midi miwana ninara. Meda minya miase. My soul praise the Lord. My soul praise the Lord. Oh my soul praise the Lord. Oh my soul. Listen, yesterday evening, Kwame Yuji came to the house and we were talking. And he said, Daddy, some people are going to the party. They're going to the nightclub. But I don't feel it. I decided to come and hang out with you. And he said, I'm coming to church Sunday. He said, people don't know that I love God so much. This work we do, they mark us and thinking we don't know God. I said, okay, come. He said, I just want to worship God. Let's call Kwame Eugene. He understands how far God has brought him. And I just want you to feel the presence. Let's give the Lord a praise. God bless you. Welcome, welcome. Mikra Jina ye Mikra Jina ye Tarabasukataya Mikra Jina ye Oh Mikra Come in, worship the Lord, worship the Lord. Every say, when you Yabeka. Wunyuma nyinara. Katayaba. Hey, every side. Wunyuma. Hey, yes, tata. Osa very much. Wonyamie. Mutumiso. Kwame, we know where we are coming from. We know where we are coming from.
100%.
You know, sometimes when you become a star, people don't know how far you have come from. The rejections, the denials you've gone through, times that you had no money, times you had no food to eat. I saw you. I saw you.
Understand that?
I saw the time you came to Abiam City, and he said, I need help. I could see how far you want to go. Not that you have not done worship before, but God had a way of taking you through. Today, people are celebrating your song, but they don't know that your burden and all your worries, you gave it to God.
That is true. People don't understand the process because, I mean, that is a testimony. I've been around. I remember when things weren't that easy. I mean, you can tell that there is talent, there is gift, but there is no money to support it. And I had just one song on my heart that I know a day will come that I'll sing that. He has become my salvation. He has become my salvation. The Lord is my strength within me, my song, my song. Hey, He has become my salvation. He has become my salvation. The Lord is my strength within me, my song, my song. That's it, God is our strength. Thy raise out. Let us Come in. I want to call Emanuela. At that time, you both of you I was in the same competition.
The same competition. Listen, let me tell you something. I saw that both of them were in the same competition, and then I said to myself, these guys are coming from a background they need opportunity. And everything was telling me that, oh, Emanuela is going to win. One day I got up, I said, no, these are people that have the gift. Let me take him out. Somehow, this young man, through that, sometimes you have to give way to certain people to go. Because you never know that one day they will come back as your savior. Emma, come. Emma, come. How many awards have you won now?
15.
15. Oh, Jesus Christ. What song do you want to sing? Emma will back you up.
Oh, let her go. Let me back her.
Okay.
She was supposed to win.
Yeah.
Come into my heart,
Come into my heart. Come into my heart. Lord Jesus, come in today. Come in to stay. Come into my heart. Lord Jesus, oh, come in to my heart. Come in to my heart. Come in to my heart. Lord Jesus, oh, come in today. Come in today. Oh, come into somebody wherever you are, lift up your hands. Oh, come in today. Come in today. I need you. I need you. Yeah. Hey.
If we have been doing this, we would have not lost all the stars. Not in God's Solution Center. The way we welcome a medical doctor, if you are a performer, we welcome you. Because the one who created you is God. And we have such people like this. If this young man is telling you about Jesus, you will love it. He won't smoke. He won't drink. All he wants to do is to help. And you can see God in him. I want you to give me one song that is dear to your heart. That God has done something. I have some crazy songs people don't understand. There's a song like this. Minim Serati Obey Wekwembi Amame Minim Serati Obey Wekwembi Hey Amame Semi Bobrapa Nami Jai Bonia, Nasamia Papa, Minim Serati, Obey Wekwembi. The Sevo Fana Sam, the Sevo Natura Paimwa, the Sobra, Nimoyati, Nasawini.
And she added, and he meant to bring me out. Meant to bring me out. Meant to baby, every sad, yeah, on your cinema. Also sweet, yeah, we are sick. Means to bring me out. Every sad.
Samina Mosumwa, Oniminena, Samina Motimwa, Mizaya Wakami, now what da da, oh yeah, mami, oh da da da, oh yeah, mami, oh da da da, oh yeah, mami, oh hey. You know, people don't know why God is lifting you up. There is something that you'll be doing that will shock many people. You see, everyone who is excelling in life somehow have a pure heart. I don't think anything bad about anyone. My hope is in God. My trust is in God. Do me evil, I will do you good. You see, my hope is in you. My hope is in you. Oh Lord, I have no one else but you. My hope. When the devil wants to bring you down, you say, my hope is in you. My hope, is in you. Oh Lord, hey, I have no one else. This is how we say it in G. Many and I was slow. Many and I was slow. Yes, way. Minyo bialaka akawo. Many I was so. Listen, I have seen people from down being shoot up, and the different things I see about those distinct people, I always say, is the enthusiasm that they put in their work, consistency, how far they love God. When you see them, upon all how big they are, they love God. Humble, respect. They don't look at how much they have received, how much they have. They still love God. Praise the Lord. So if you want God to bless you, stay humble. People, stay humble, and you will pass a lot of people. Let me see this. You see, you may be playing high life, but I see Grammy coming. I'm telling you, you will see Grammy coming on your way. Whosoever, I'm not prophesying death. If I see that you're going to die, I don't have to waste my time of prophesying it, because I am going to die, you are going to die. But the point is this: we will achieve the goals before we die. But I see it happening. As I've said this, I don't want any man of God to confirm it. If they confirm, let them confirm. But I prophesy, you shall see Grammy in your hands. It will happen. Because I'm not saying this, I am saying it because you still have God in your heart. And those who have hold the door, they will release it. Somebody lift up your hands with us. Lift up your hands. There is a song I want you to sing. If you cannot sing, sing your own song. You are telling God, do some miracle in my life. And let it be well with my soul. And the Lord is going to honor his word upon your life. Hear me one century Nema ensimiye mata Hear me one century Nema ensimiye mata Wonyamye ma wo anywhere Sawarade Wabwamia Sete Yanyina yankasa Mawawenyo Waniwo Sawarade Erade Wabwamia Sete Father, we bless you. Come on, give the Lord a praise. Come on, lift up your voice. Give him the praise. Thank you so much.
Jesus need much to me, to me, to me. Jesus need more to me, what to me what, to me what, oh, there's power in the blood of Jesus. To me what, to me, yeah, to me, to Wana We are asking, I'm hearing it. Wana. Yeah. Wana. God setting men and women free. Oh, mama. Oh, nene. Oh, chata. Singing, what you maka? Oh, Baba, you will never be a slave. Ha! That's it. I call. Mahayana. What you as if the person had been locked up. You won't move, you won't transform, nothing good is going to happen to you. And Jesus comes with the key and opens and sets you free. And you tell your naysayers that whatever reason for which you were holding me back, oh, Baba.
The God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, God of Elijah. You answer it by fire. God of Daniel, covenant. There is no one, covenant keeping God. There is no one like you. Alpha and Omega. There is no one like you. Covenant keeping God. There is no one like you. Alpha and Omega. There is no one like you. Covenant keeping God. There is no one like you. covenant keeping God. There is no one like you. Covenant keeping God. There is no one like you. Alpha and Omega. There is no one like you. Crum crum, get sahine, crum crum, Odom Merriman, ye pecha wuti, yama oso, yani wuti akwa, ye tini, ye pecha wuti, nasayama oso, yani wuti akwa, ye. Say a picture, would you? Not say a man or so. Yeah, you would you acquire? Yeah, picture, would you? Not say a man or so. Yeah, you would you acquire? What's me banana ni wasen wanansebu banana ni wasen say a pecha wuti na say a man waso yani wuti akwa tini pecha wuti. David in your there is Sandra Nyamie, there is Daniel Nyamie, there is Jacob Nyamie, there is say a boy, say a boy. The hand of the Lord is in this place. Say, Yabo Mudina. Yabo, Yasasua. The hand of the Lord is in this place. Say, Yabo Mudina. Yama, Yasasua. among the gods, among the gods, who is like you are glorious. Singing among the gods, among the gods, who is like you? You are glorious. In praises, you I hear the song. Nimuna enkwawa, enkwaini ni papai, abani fuja ni bensua, yenya fahudie, hatia chimia eya watu, metsiasia eya watu, echume ikoswa eya watu, eshirebu eswa eya watu, echimi infamasita, enkoma onipebia, nase etiobi, wahine, eyawo, 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 Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata. Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata. Ayayisabo, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata, Ogwama wafata. Before I go, let me prophesy this out. Thank you, Jesus.
From the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first.
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media.
A university that runs a law program.
Yes.
In 51. So that is the amendment, though not on the other paper, you have to move. It's consequential anyway. Chairman, you readily indicated that the 50 in the original document is 52. And there is an insertion in italics, which is the amendment to 51. So you have to move that 51.
Mr. Speaker, so 51, the amendment is to substitute a person
That runs.
a person that runs
A person in
A
charge.
person
of
in
a
charge
law
of
degree.
law degree program.
With a university that runs a law program. Your Speaker, so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is to delete a person in charge of the law degree program of a university and then substitute a university that runs a law program. So the new rendition will be a university that runs a law program shall adopt in writing uniform grading standards that ensure accuracy, validity, reliability, and consistency in the evaluation of the student performance in assessment. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire 50. As many, yes.
So at the last sitting, we had issue with the 52. And we had a running debate. We believe that if it's actually deleted, it won't harm anybody. But if we leave it as it is, we believe that it was going to cause a lot of problems for the lecturers. And I think on this, the chairman of the committee is in agreement with me.
So you move the amendment.
And so my amendment is, Mr. Speaker, clause 52, 52.2 of the window document is deleted.
Honourable member, the proposal is to delete it. Is for your consideration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with my colleague. I've
I'll
had some
put a
discussion
question.
with Professor Tubuga on this. He thinks that we can regulate it under the regulations.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 52, which is 52.2 in the incorporated document, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried out, and accordingly, clause 52 is ordered to be deleted. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause. As many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Review of grades.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, review of grades, clause 51. Amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Speaker, as advertised on page 10 and 11 of the order paper. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further? Yes, Honourable Patrick Wama.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a problem with the proposed amendment, save that I've seen an advertised amendment to 251.2. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I was of the view that the university that runs a law program shall establish written procedures first to enable a student to seek a review. So I was thinking that 2 should rather become 1 and 1 become the 2. Because the university must first establish the procedures for review of grades to enable the student make an application for a review should that student be failed or have some dissatisfaction with his grade. So, Chairman,
I want you to take a closer look at that.
Well, it is arguable. Some will argue that a right must be created first.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so.
You create a right and then you follow the procedure in exercising the right.
51(1) creates the right. the right is created first before you can exercise that. And so 51(1) creates the right. So a student who is dissatisfied with the grade of an assessment may apply to the university for a review of the grade. And then 2 says, a university that runs a law degree program shall establish written procedures for processing request for the review of the grade of an assessment by a student. I think this order is fine.
Yes, I think honourable member is amenable. I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment are ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 51. Unless there is a further amendment, the absence of any further amendment, all those in favor of clause 51 of the bill as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Teaching method.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed under 52, opening phrase, line 1, delete a person in charge of a law degree program for university and insert a university that runs a law degree program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, clause 52 is the 54 in incorporated document. Chairman, I expect you to be doing that. Honourable members, I'll put a question on Chairman's first amendment to clause 52. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52, proposed by the chairman in VIII, is carried and is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee, I ask.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, paragraph
yes.
B, line 1,
yes, Chairman, hold it.
Books on.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, I want us to ask what he thinks. If you look at the content for the curriculum, it talks about information technology. But when it comes to the methodology, we are missing the methodology that will help us bring out the information technology, which is a crucial part of legal practice nowadays. Because I know we have research skills, we have analysis of rare cases, drafting of legal documents, making oral arguments, client relations. But if you look at the methodology, we don't have one that is catering for information technology. So I was proposing if we could modern IT legal practice so that that can take care of the methodology. I don't know what the committee chair thinks.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
IT and modern technology. IT and legal practice.
So it comes where? Under 52(1)?
Can it? Okay. So that will come under.
Where?
So that will come under
54?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 52(4).
Honorable Chair, I think I engage you on this. Why do you want to use adjective in drafting? Which one is archaic IT? Which one is modern IT? We don't use adjective in drafting.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I know about 10 years ago, people used to use just Microsoft, Outlook, and other things. Now, things are changing. And now
So
we are using
what of
AI.
10 years after? 10 years after, will you come to amend the law?
So, Mr. Speaker, that's why the word modern becomes significant here.
That's the difficulty when you use adjective in drafting. So if after, that's why I'm asking you, if after 5-6 years it is outmoded and there is another version, do you come to amend the law? Do you come to amend the law? Because you must pass a law that will stand the test of the time. And what is modern for you will be archaic for somebody. Yes.
You see, if you put a modern IT, in 10 years' time, there will be modern IT at the time. Right? So it will not be archaic. In 10 years, the new IT solution.
So the use of the adjective, who determines whether this is modern or this is not modern? All members, let us not change the drafting rules. It will be novel for us to be using adjectives in doing our drafting. That creates a problem. So can a student go to court that I was taught IT, but what I was taught is not modern?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you if we don't want to use adjective in drafting, but it's very critical that when you are stressing on teaching methodology, you mentioned it in content. It's critical that it find its way as part of the methodology so that it can be enforced. Because if you are giving all the other methodologies and you are using as one of the tools and you are leaving IT out, then of course we will be missing. So the content will not be enforced here. Other than that, then we don't need the teaching methods. It could have found its way in the regulations. But if we are legislating the teaching methods, then IT should be one of the methodologies or the methods we want to use.
Mr. Speaker, maybe for the last point we make and then we sit down. Mr. Speaker, you see, when COVID broke, we didn't know anything about Zoom. All right? At that time, Zoom had become so important. And at the time COVID broke, Zoom was then the modern, tool of teaching. So, Mr. Speaker, if you put it that way, I don't think that it will hurt.
Which way?
Mr. Speaker, it says a person, a university that runs a law degree program shall adapt teaching methods that impact. Mr. Speaker, this is generic enough. Teaching methods that impact. So whether it is Zoom, it is IT, survey, methodology, they're all part of the teaching methods that will impact. So at a particular time, any technology that is invoked is what should impact the system. So please, the preamble statement actually covers what you are talking about. So any teaching methods that impact can include the IT that you have discussed and many others that may come in the future.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, even in practice, the use of digital system information technology is crucial. So if the word modern will not suffice, I would suggest that we use appropriate IT methods as part of as one of the methods.
Well, if you insist, then it should be information technology.
Yeah, but appropriate, it has to at least.
So then who determines the appropriateness of it? I just told you that we should be careful using adjectives. Can I go to court that I've been given information technology, but that is not appropriate?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so if we want to take out the adjective, then fine, but if we have to have the IT method, the IT method is fine.
So I can move my amendment because
We are trying to finish with this one.
Finish off.
So propose an amendment and let me give it to the House to consider.
It affects my amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that in amending clause 52, we add to AIVI, information technology. So we delete the end. We are adding. Yeah, we'll sort that one out. So, information technology, yeah.
Well, honourable members, it is for your consideration. I see information technology, IT, as a course rather than teaching method, but it is for the consideration of the House.
So, Mr. Speaker, that is why we wanted to put appropriate IT methodology, so that it doesn't become just a tool.
For instance, if you talk about research skills, you talk about analysis of real cases, you talk about drafting of legal documents, you talk about making oral arguments and client relations, all these things, you realize that there are courses in the school that will lead to all this. For instance, the lecturers will realize that for you to be able to make oral argument, that is what we call advocacy and ethics. That is the course you do, which will result into this. If you talk about drafting of legal documents, it is land law conveyancy and probably civil and criminal procedure. If you talk about analysis of real cases, I see IT as a subject that they can teach rather than being a teaching method. Because the rendition is saying teaching method that impact in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including. So IT is a theoretical course that you have to teach the student.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should appreciate what the member is trying to do in context. Currently, maybe in Ghana we are not doing it, but the universities outside of, let me be specific, in Europe today and in the United States, there are teaching programs that are directly connected to AI. So AI has been incorporated as a tool for teaching. So, Mr. Speaker, when I did a master's program somewhere, the teaching was different. Today, at a different place, the methodology for teaching has also changed.
and AI tool is being applied. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what he's trying to do is to act with a forward-looking mind, where, Mr. Speaker, the teaching method is now going to incorporate. No, Majority Leader, let's have it easy. You see, teachings in our schools for various courses are applying AI tools. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to say it is implied. Honorable Chairman, you and I have had experiences in our courts. You recall that the Supreme Court had an occasion to deal with the Iyoko Act on freezing, where it got to a point that almost every account was being frozen on suspicion. And Supreme Court had to interpret the law and say, look, lawmaker did not intend that where you have a problem with an account, you should freeze the account. The rule of poisonous fruit was applied and said that if you have a particular problem with the transaction, freeze that transaction and allow the person to operate his account. Meanwhile, people were just freezing account and all that. So please here, Majority Leader, bear with us. Mr. Speaker, I don't like this situation where we legislate and say that it's implied. Now that we have an opportunity to bring clarity, let us do so. Even if in the process of doing so, we would end up acting superfluous. It will bring clarity and help in law enforcement than saying that it is implied. I disagree. Let us add his amendment.
Minority Leader, then if that is the argument to go by, why can't you say criminal procedure, civil procedure, evidence, so that we mention the causes here? The rendition is saying that teaching methods that impact, in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including research skills. Yes, and the word used is including, which is adjustem generis, which means that it is not closed.
Mr. Speaker, it's always good when there is a big man presiding. So it's okay. Mr. Speaker, I didn't spot the word including. So Mr. Speaker, I would advise my brother.
Very well.
Yes. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, just for our education, maybe others are behind, they are not following. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that there is no definitive definition, the door is not closed. So your concerns are addressed by the use of that word including. So, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yes.
And I
So if something should be included, it should be IT skill.
Mr. Speaker, that is what that's what we want to say.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that would be a good compromise. But the including that phrase is sufficient to address those concerns.
Yes.
It's not short. You are right.
Very well. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed to clause 52 at page 11, I, say aye. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, IX. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, IX paragraph B, line 1, delete books on. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, Any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. X.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I have my amendment. I just want to take one. So because of time, majority leader has given an indication. This morning I gave him a word, so I just don't want to drag him back. But
yes, so let's finish clause 52.
Very well.
Then we can go back because your amendment are not on 52.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Very well.
So
that's fine.
So chairman of the committee X.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, X is in his name. Leader.
Oh yes.
X
is in the name of the minority leader.
Yes.
So please do.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add a new paragraph. Teaching and assessment method that place particular emphasis on research skills, effective legal writing, communication skills, and advocacy. And these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Minority leader, how is it different from the A? Because of including.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Hold on a second.
Because your research skill is here, analysis is here, drafting of legal documents is here, making oral argument is here, and client relation is here. So this is, the word you use is including. And you are also talking about research skills.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I'm building some
one.
Consensus with the chairman of the committee, but we won't belabor. Those that are, I would abandon it, but we have agreed that the draft person will take, for instance, communication skills is not mentioned, and advocacy. So the draft person would add those ones.
But a few minutes ago, you were right in saying that the
Speaker,
concluding work is
that.
including.
Mr. Speaker,
so if it is not specifically here.
Mr. Speaker, I maintain that, except that Chairman and I have agreed that we can list some two and still keep it open.
Very well.
So the draft person,
you are accordingly directed. In view of that, the amendment is abandoned. Is that right? Is that right?
Speaker,
based on the compromise, you abandon the
amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, what it means, therefore, is that we would abandon the entire line 1, 2, 3, 3.5, and then rather, the draft person will do that, and rather add that these competencies, the new line that would add, will be that these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities.
So what will be the new rendition?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. You're always helping us to learn. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition, therefore, shall read as follows. Teaching methods that impact in addition to the theoretical aspect of the law, practical skills, including, then it lists what we've already said. And so, Mr. Speaker, after listing it, we now follow with, and these competencies shall constitute core objectives of the program across all accredited universities. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'll direct the drafters appropriately.
Very well.
Okay.
Very well.
With this, I can put a question on entire clause 52.
It is so. Mr. So.
As many as are in favor of clause 52 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
I have a compromise to deal with just a few of the amendments, especially the one on the 43. That was existing. Mr. Speaker, we deal with IV, clause IV, Mr. on page 10. No, make up.
Yes, I'm listening.
Mr. Speaker, we're dealing with first I, which is 33 at page 9. Subclause 1, paragraph B, after semester, delete and insert the following closing phrase. And the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted, yes, at least once in each semester to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. I repeat, subclause 1, paragraph B, after semester, delete and insert the following closing phrase. Quote, and the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted at least one in each semester to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very consequential by way of what we seek to achieve, and Chairman and I have no difficulty at all. Mr. Speaker, I move accordingly.
The current rendition says Council shall carry out inspection of accredited university at least twice during each academic year or once each semester. Yes, that is what is in the existing law.
Speaker, this is what we did. The council shall carry out an inspection of accredited universities every 3 years. That's the 33(1). In the window document, 35(1). And then the second amendment is to change this to council in 2. So it's every 3 years, inspection of accredited universities. Every 3 years.
Mr. Speaker, I am ready to. You said the initial license is for how long? 3 years. No, the initial license, not the provisional license, is for 3 years. Yes. What I'm saying is that because you want to maintain high academic standards, maybe if the semester is too much, we can look at 1 academic year. So I'm ready to amend, but you cannot say we cannot accept the 3 years. Then it means you inspect once every 3 years. Mr. Speaker, that one, if you say council shall carry out inspection of accredited university every 3 years, that would be too lazy an attempt, because it's an academic institution. You want to be sure that facilities are in place, the right thing is being done. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is not for a semester, then we can look at academic year annually. Yes. So for academic year, Mr. Speaker, I think we can have a consensus on per academic year, but 3 years definitely is too much and unacceptable. So, Majority Leader, if you are with me on the academic year, we may proceed. I'm ready to compromise on that. Therefore, the new rendition.
If I understand.
Yes, sir.
You are in for the old rendition. And the old rendition says the council shall carry out inspection of accredited institution at least twice during each academic year. You want it to be once in academic year?
Speaker, with respect,
once each semester?
No, Mr. Speaker, the renowned document,
yes,
which is 35, which I have,
yes,
has now changed it to every 3 years.
Yes.
Right. The consensus amongst the three of us, the leader of the House, chair, and my good self, is that instead of my proposal for it to be every semester, instead of every 3 years as being proposed, we want it once a year. That is once every academic year. So that is the consensus we've reached. But the final document for the winnowed document is talking about once every 3 years, which we think that would be too much.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, that is the document we have.
The proposal is we change the 3 years to 1 year.
One, not every semester.
Very well. So, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if anybody here worked with the Tertiary Education Commission. What is the current practice? Because we're establishing an institution like any other institution that already exists. If we make the intervals very short, let's be mindful of the administrative cost involved. What goes into an inspection? What goes into an inspection? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this is the inspection. And what I know is that the GTEC, it has a yearly inspection to be sure. The current practice, the minority, yes, that I know for a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, even in between, they can zoom in and say, look, you are not meeting standard, we are coming on for inspection, you don't have the required teaching staff, the facilities are not there, so they would hold accreditation on a particular course. But I think that the 1 year, because every academic year is a routine thing, so I'm ready to go by that practice instead of every semester, so that we can make progress. I don't mind.
Yeah, I just took briefing from a member of the committee. He said the actual original proposal from the deans was for an annual inspection program. But the committee members thought that it takes 3 years to produce one batch, and therefore they expanded the time frame to 3 years. That was what informed their proposal to make it 3 years. But as it is now, I am of the same view that for quality assurance, it is important that the inspection is annual. I think an annual inspection will provide early signals.
The fact that you produce them within a period of 3 years doesn't mean you are not continuing. Every year, students will pass out, new ones will come. So if it is possible, doing the inspection once a year is in order. Yes. So I will then direct the drafters to also tidy it up. Drafters, take notes. Instead of 3 years, let it be once a year.
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition, just for the draft person to pay attention, and the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted at least once every academic year. It's once every academic year instead of once each semester. Once every academic year to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. But that's the essence of leader. That is the essence of
So
the
leader,
inspection.
if you don't put to ensure, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because that's the purpose of the inspection anyway.
Mr. Speaker and Majority Leader, I don't know how to describe this in English, but ehubi dentia. Mr. Speaker, ehubi da. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to translate it.
So can there be an inspection without? Can there be an inspection which will not ensure compliance with the
Mr.
standard?
Speaker, why do we to facilitate? Mr. Speaker, the essence of the inspection is to ensure that one, the university is complying, two, that standards are being maintained. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, my style in drafting would be to be as superfluous as possible, because that would help with the clarity. Mr. Speaker, it's because of all the things I have seen in our court. All the things I have seen in our court. Maybe I can only speak for myself, but Mr. Speaker, you know that
So
sometimes
that
when
is
we
why
leave it hanging.
that is why I don't intend to come out with a rendition. I'm directing.
Mr. Speaker, you can help me.
If we are looking at clause 35 of the new document, go to subclause 2. For purposes of subsection 1, the council shall designate an officer of the council as an inspector to inspect an accredited university to ensure compliance.
The international rules.
Yes. Any further amendment?
War criminals. Mr. Speaker, if the man is down, he says it's okay. He still want to.
So now there is another amendment to 33 standing in your name.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed. Yes. Yes. Speaker, with respect, that's clause 4.
Aye.
Yes. The council may conduct additional inspection where A. So, Mr. Speaker, that's a new subclause. That's very, very important, Mr. Speaker. And this one, I checked the GTech regulations. I just lifted it straight away, so it's nothing new. The council may conduct additional inspection where A. Credible information suggests a material breach of standards, or B. A significant complaint has been received. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Even the way I'm directing it to the drafters, the essence is that where we are saying every year, the drafters can say at least once a year. So once it is once a year, anytime I thought there is an issue, they can go in.
Mr. Speaker, that's a different situation. Mr. Speaker, that one will follow a routine. That one will follow a routine, but this one is to create an exceptional situation that would empower council to do the inspection. But I still leave it with them. I still leave it with them to look at it. We should have it. This one, yes, Mr. Speaker. Because the one no, this, you see, the GTech one, where they have conditions where maybe there's a complaint, it's not there. Let's put it in there to safeguard. It's not the same. Else this soldier would come in and arrest us. He's now reading everything, you know. Mr. Speaker, so let's maintain this. It helps with the quality assurance that we all need. Thank you, sir. You may put the question, Mr. Speaker.
All members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment by the minority leader say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, aye.
Speaker, with respect, clause 40, it appears 42 in the winnow document. Amendment proposed. Line 3. After the word has, delete experience in accounting for a period of not less than 10 years and insert appropriate qualification and relevant experience as prescribed by regulation. Mr. Speaker, I think this would enable the administration take the appropriate decisions on which qualification that is required. The experience and maybe other relevant qualifications. And they would also have the opportunity to prescribe same in their regulation instead of saying experience in accounting for a period of not less than 10 years. Mr. Speaker, experience in accounting for no less than 10 years, you are not prescribed the qualification, the academic qualification in addition. You are only talking about somebody practicing in that field for 10 years. You've not talked about whether the person should be chartered, should be masters in accounting or finance. So if you now make it open by saying appropriate qualification and relevant experience, then council can use regulations to determine, like what we do in Parliament. We create our own scheme of service here, where we now state on each vacancy, the board will now determine and say, for this particular vacancy, this is what we expect. 2 years, 5 years should have been done, should have been a procedural clerk or its analogous experience. And then, Mr. Speaker, that space will be created. But if we legislate and cast it in stone and iron like this, there will be problem at implementation. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Minority Leader, then what of the legislation in respect of lawyers? Because we specifically mention lawyers with a minimum experience at the bar. And this one is also mentioning an accountant with a minimum experience.
Mr. Speaker, the difference here is that the language used, experience in accounting. Mr. Speaker, I'm paying attention to language. If it has said an accountant, no, it doesn't say so.
It says so.
Mr. Speaker,
read the rendition.
Mr. Speaker,
the person qualifies to be appointed as accounts officer.
Yes,
of the law degree program of the university.
An account officer is not an account. Mr. Speaker,
if that person one is an accountant.
Mr. Speaker, it says. Okay, are you having the winnow document, leader? Okay, you read it. Which one? 42. I will. The title is Account Officer of Law Program. 42.
42 says a person qualifies to be appointed as an accounts officer of a law program of a university if that person is an accountant. Is an accountant and has experience in accounting for a period of not less than 5 years.
Maybe what we have to say is a chartered accountant.
So you are asking whether it has to be a chartered accountant, etc. But chartered accountant is a certain degree. Okay, not all of them are chartered. They may be accountants, but they are not chartered accountants. I don't think the idea is to restrict it to only chartered accountants. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to have some consensus with the leader. Is the reason why is because of this ambiguity. That is why I'm saying let us not legislate on it, but rather put. Yes, I'm saying that appropriate. Let us ask for appropriate qualification and relevant experience.
So, Majority Leader, you know the problem that your rendition will create. This one, the existing rendition, it means that for you to qualify, you must be an accountant. You understand? If you are not accountant, you are out. Now, you must also have experience in accounting. If you are accountant, but you don't have experience in accounting, you are also out. Now, your rendition is saying that it should be appropriate qualification. Who determines whether that qualification is appropriate or is not appropriate? Now, if you say relevant experience in what? Finance, economic. So this one is pointing irresistibly to one conclusion, that one, you must be an accountant, your experience must also be in accounting for you to qualify. But if you say relevant experience, then you are giving the power to somebody to determine the qualification that is relevant or that is appropriate.
Speaker, for me, I was drawing from experience where institution has to recruit and through its own regulation is able to set certain minimum qualifications. My view is that we should not legislate on this and give specifics. Rather, we should allow internal regulations to look at circumstances and draw the scheme or the guidelines where such vacancy occurs. Is the reason why I humbly put in the phrase appropriate qualifications and relevant regulation as prescribed by regulation. Mr. Speaker,
having served on a subsidiary legislation for some time can cause a problem.
Well, so Mr. Speaker, I don't want to drag.
If the word used here is appropriate qualification, and then the regulation
Mr. Speaker,
goes to specify
where
accounting, then you are
Mr.
departing
Speaker,
from the Parents Act.
Mr. Speaker, should we therefore abandon the appropriate qualifications and rather maintain relevant experience? Would that help? So that, because I also understand what you mean, that the first definition is accountant. So if the person is an accountant, that is the minimum. So we introducing appropriate qualification will create a problem. I agree with you. And I'm ready to yield to that and abandon appropriate qualification. But I'm also asking, in that sense, can we keep the relevant experience there for the draft person to...
No, the problem is that we can introduce relevant before experience, in the sense that they are specifically telling you experience in accounting.
Mr. Speaker, you've made your case.
Experience
Mr.
in
Speaker,
accounting.
you've made your case. I yield to you.
Very well.
You've made the case.
Very
so,
well.
Mr. Speaker, let's maintain the
rendition as
yes,
it is. Amendment in IV, or you are now coming to move IV. You have moved the amendment in IV already, or you are now coming to move IV.
Speaker, he has abandoned. That's the 40. You have abandoned the 40.
No, we are now moving to...
Yes. Council, and shall be binding on all universities, and no university shall independently vary that requirement. Mr. Speaker, I would even want to further amend this and end it at universities. So the new subclause, the rendition shall read, the minimum requirement for admission to the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council and shall be binding on all universities, full stop. The additional and no university shall independently vary that requirement. I delete them because that would be of no consequence.
Minority Leader, I thought the other time you said you know of people who have third class but they are good lawyers.
That's
so
why
why
I
are
meant
you introducing class.
Oh, That's why I've deleted it. Mr. Speaker, you are not paying attention to me. Mr. Speaker, I've removed class. Oh, Mr. Speaker, the last time I promised that we would amend it when we get there. So I've just sought your leave to amend and delete class.
Okay.
Yes, so it now reads, this is a new rendition. The minimum requirement, I've deleted class from what is advertised because I gave my word to you the last time. So the minimum requirement for admission to the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council and shall be binding on all universities, full stop. I am abandoning the rest of the phrase and deleting all of that completely. So this shall be the new subclause, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
So probably we can say the minimum entry requirements for admission into the professional law practice training course shall be determined and published by the council shall be as determined, shall be determined by the council and published. Shall be determined and published by the council. Yes.
They're bringing on binding on is consequential, so no need. I take your rendition.
Then I'll adopt that rendition. Let me put a question.
I'll adopt it as my own.
Then I'll put a question on the adopted rendition. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Clause 43, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's safe to say that course should be deleted from, it should be professional law practice training.
Very well.
That ends that.
Very well. Very well.
Speaker V.
Drafters, take note of it. Yes.
Speaker, with respect.
Yes, so we'll move to your last amendment in
That
V.
is so. That is so. Speaker, with respect, amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause. The curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities, and no university shall substitute or omit such courses. The next one, the curriculum shall require all students to undertake courses in information technology and the law as compulsory component of the program. Mr. Speaker, let me shed some light on this. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly introducing this subclause with emphasis on compulsory IT training because, Mr. Speaker, our world is moving into an AI space. Just last week, a very senior lawyer told me that with an AI tool that his law firm has deployed, the firm was able to deal with some case briefs, summarizing the certain decisions, and it is really enhancing efficiency in the law firm. Mr. Speaker, many of these courses that are being run by universities in the Western world are now tailored in a manner that allows a full application of AI. We are behind, and this law is being enacted not for today, for tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, ab initio, it is important that we emphasize this so that our future lawyers would also be brought up to speed. Mr. Speaker, today, students who are taking international affairs and diplomacy programs abroad are studying this program with AI models as integral part of the program. So there is AI diplomacy. So whereas your foreign minister in, say, Africa, meets a counterpart in Europe, and he is now dealing with briefs, the counterpart there is aided by AI. He is approaching you with a full AI tool aiding his diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, that is a reality. But here, our foreign minister would have to read papers and read. But your colleague has been trained with the use of AI tools for his diplomacy. And all the officers who are his technical staff have gone through education that has deployed AI as an integral part of that training. So if we don't introduce it now, Mr. Speaker, we'll have a challenge. In any event, Mr. Speaker, just for our information, so far, none of the universities in Ghana, be it private or public, has a first degree program in AI. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. AI tools are not being deployed in our universities in a scale that, at least in the minimum, will say that we are preparing our kids to meet future market demands. So, Mr. Speaker, it will be the
you
first.
are talking about introduction of AI at a degree level.
Mr. Speaker, oh yes.
Or of information technology.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it forms part of, yes.
Have you looked at clause 48?
Mr. Speaker, I looked at 48, but Mr. Speaker, 48, 49, Mr. Speaker, but I felt that, yes, Mr. Speaker, it's also captured there. But I felt that since this is dealing specifically with the curriculum, why not first mention it? If we mention it here and subsequently they don't even appear, we would have addressed it. Because,
No,
Mr. Speaker,
I'm saying so because if you look at 48 says the minimum requirement for the award of Bachelor of Law degree is the satisfactory completion of the number of course of study that amount to a number of credit hours that the council determines, taking into consideration the general policy of the university in which the law degree program operates regarding the number of credit hours required for completion. Because, for instance, Honorable Minority Leader, whether you are doing law in Legon or not, you do appropriate technology.
Mr. Speaker, the way it's been captured in D, I think reading it together with what I'm putting in the curriculum, let me abandon the second leg of it and just maintain the first leg, because I think the amendment that the winnowing committee has done in D addresses it. It's clear enough. Training in information technology. So, Chairman, I am abandoning it because of D. So let's just maintain the first part of the amendment. That's it.
Well, then I'll put
so
a question.
Put a question on the first part. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought also that the winnowed version sets out the content of curriculum. So I'm at a loss where you want us to insert the curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities, and no university shall substitute. You've cancelled one. The curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited universities. I think the idea behind clause 1 is to set a framework but leave room for different universities. Now, let's say, for instance, let's take, for instance, the curriculum for a Bachelor of Laws degree program shall provide A, instructions that are necessary for the impartation of a particular subject matter or skill, practical and theoretical training in the law, an opportunity to take elective courses, training in information technology, predetermined course contents for the courses offered, including relevant statutes, cases, articles, books, topics in the course, instructions on the ethics, and etc. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all these, it will be difficult to now say at the end that the curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall prescribe uniform, compulsory courses to be offered by all accredited institutions. Because what the law normally will do is to set minimum courses that you must offer. Yes. Minimum courses that you must offer. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I think the angle I was picking it from was in respect of the standard, the compulsory, the minimum requirement. I think, yes, the uniform standard that I was looking at, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite problematic at the degree level because some universities may want to offer international law jurisprudence as part of the non-compulsory courses. Others may have emphasis on AI law or something else. So demanding a uniform standard across board will become a difficult. Mr. Speaker, I therefore abandon.
Very well. Then let's move to clause 53 then.
Duration of Bachelor of Laws degree program.
Chairman of the committee, clause 53. Chairman of the committee, clause 53.
5. Where are we? 53.
Page 11.
Page 11, 53, Mr. Speaker. Amendment proposed. Mr. Speaker, delete and insert the following. 53. Yep.
And 55 for this one.
And 55 of the winnowed document. And that has to do with duration of the Bachelor of Laws degree program. And so amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, is to delete and insert the following new clause as advertised on page 11 of.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I think I support the chairman because some universities may choose to treat their LLB, their Bachelor of Law program, as a post-first degree program and deal with it even 1 year. Like I said, in the UK, post-first degree programs are for a year. Post-first degree law programs are for just a year. You have other universities that have 2 years intensive as first degree. They run 4 terms in a year. Buckingham runs 4 terms in a year. Short breaks and no long summer break. So 2 years you earn your first degree a New York bar recognizes it to do your bar there, and then others are doing 3 years in the UK. So I think to the extent that you've qualified it to say that in accordance with the statutes of the university, Mr. Speaker, it means that such a duration, or however they would want to describe their law program, be it a first degree program or post first degree program, or whether they are going to have different streams of the same LLB, should be in their statutes. And I think that's good. Mr. Speaker, I support it.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, XII.
Mr. Chairman, in view of leaders, you would want to abandon XII.
Mr. Speaker, this is not an abandonable clause. The chair has not read it properly. I know majority leader is reading it carefully. Mr. Speaker, the whole essence of this is to enable someone to have a law degree that may not necessarily qualify him to do the bar. Mr. Speaker, if you read carefully, a university shall structure its Bachelor of Laws degree program to include a minor field of study in another discipline to enable a student who is subsequently disqualified from professional law legal training to complete a recognized qualification in that minor field. Mr. Speaker, so somebody is doing law with French, law with finance. It is a combined major, but in the end, having the law degree would not qualify you to do the professional course, but the person just needs the law degree with that combined major to pursue another field. That is my objective. It is
so, Honorable Majority Leader, Honorable Minority Leader, I don't think there will be a need for this, in the sense that people do combine major. So once you are able to satisfy the entry requirement into professional law practice training, you don't have a problem.
Mr. Speaker, then perhaps I would end it at in another discipline. So, Mr. Speaker.
No, you see, I'm saying that you don't need this particular provision because remember, the council is going to prescribe some courses. Once you are able to complete it, you are qualified to enter the professional training course, which enables you to go and write the bar exams. So whether you are doing French, you are doing economic, whatever, once you are able to satisfy those requirements, the way is open for you to enter the law school. But this law is not interested in regulating other courses at the university. They are only regulating the law. What you will have to do to be able to qualify to the next stage of the university. So why are we going to put in this law other courses apart from the law courses when this law is legal education bill?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your guidance, but Mr. Speaker, this is a major policy matter that if the AG were to be here, it would have held my cause. Mr. Speaker, you can speak to it as a matter of law, but the AG can speak to this as a matter of policy. You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at it with a different eye. We are talking about minimum qualification, and that explanation you gave, stands well with me because the legal education bill which we are looking at. The law is seeking to regulate professional law training and trying to give a background how to get there. But Mr. Speaker, situations where you are looking at others who would want to come with a combined major in all the minimum requirements, we have not talked about a combined major. We've not talked about it. And I feel that I wouldn't abandon, I would want us to flag it. Mr. Speaker, I will plead with the leader of the House that the Attorney General, this is the third time we are considering this bill without him, though the standing orders specifically, does not prohibit us from proceeding just because the Attorney General is not here. But for policy purposes, he is the sponsor. We've gotten to a stage where, Mr. Speaker, he must find time for this House to shepherd this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I would not want to delay this. I would flag it and pray that he comes the next time so that we can deal with this. Because I feel strongly about the point I have here, Mr. Speaker. So I will leave it for him to come join us.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
A university shall structure. Yes, a university shall structure its. Oh, let me get. A university shall structure its Bachelor of Laws degree program to include a minor field of study in another discipline. Now, we are seeking to regulate law degree programs. All that we've done so far is to prescribe a mechanism for regulating law degree programs. Now you are saying that the same university that is regulating or that is providing the law degree program should also develop a minor field of study. Now what you are pushing us to do is to also now have to regulate that minor field of study, something that we don't want to be our concern. That's not our concern. Oh.
Minority leader got it, so he will abandon the amendment.
Please, let's leave this.
We can give that job to the council.
Program. Because when you add on other things, you will distract them. You will increase the cost for the student, because this minor field of study is going to be additional cost to the student, and it's going to be additional time of instruction, and all that will just waste everybody's time. So let's leave it the way it is.
I would deem it abandoned.
Mr. Speaker, consider it flagged. I would take. No, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm not a difficult person. Let's proceed. I won't pursue it for now. Let's proceed. We'll come back. There's always, I want to be double sure of something.
Let's deal with it now, so that we don't come back.
Because, Mr. Speaker,
we move to above plus 50, but because of you, we came back to 33. You understand? No, honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker,
assuming you are the council.
Mr. Speaker, granted as prayed.
Yes. So I'll put a question on the entire clause 53. As many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 54 and 55 are consequential amendments, and so we can take all together. So it's just 54.
Yes, it's true. It's a consequential amendment.
Yes, up to 55.
All those in favor of consequential amendment in clause 54, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Is there any proposed amendment to clause 54? I'll put a question on the entire clause 54. As many as are in favor of clause 54 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 55, XIV.
Retention, academic disqualification and graduation policies.
Chairman of the committee, consequential.
XIV, same amendment.
I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed consequential amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Any further amendment to clause 55?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. XV, same consequential amendment. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it's also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Any proposed amendment to clause 55, else I'll put a question on the entire clause as variously amended. As many as are in favor of clause 55 as variously amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Evaluation of students for advancements and retention purposes.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment, delete and insert the following. That's the last one. That's the last one. Mr. Speaker, delete and insert the following. Yes, 56, please. Mr. Speaker, as advertised on page 12. I so move.
All members, it is for your consideration. Any further proposal? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 56.
Mr. Speaker.
VII.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I don't know how this can be handled, but Mr. Speaker, I want to raise a practical problem our students face. Maybe after I'm done, colleagues may come out with a rendition, or you, Mr. Speaker, may assist. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about assessment for the purposes of retention or disqualification. Mr. Speaker, in Ghanaian universities, we should ask ourselves, when are results released? Sometimes you finish a semester, you are completing the next semester, and your result for the previous semester is not even out. You go for a long 3-month vacation, you come and results are not released and you are supposed to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we can legislate on this, but the academia, our professors, must ensure some efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the way students are treated in Ghana, I'm sorry, but where some people studied, like the majority leader who was at Harvard.
Minority leader, is it not the case that that is regulated by the statutes of the university?
Mr. Speaker, the statutes say nothing. I've had a war with our universities before. They don't capture it in the statute. Mr. Speaker, permit me on this. We may not perhaps legislate on this, but we may be sending them a signal. Mr. Speaker, in other universities abroad, before the semester starts, the new semester starts, the previous semester assessment will be out. Lecturers will mark and publish results way ahead of time. Here, even where you want to seek for remarking, you want to follow up on your result, it's difficult. It's difficult. So, Mr. Speaker, something must be done. We should at least prescribe, put in a line or two that says that results, the assessment, the outcome of assessment of a student must be released at least 2 weeks into the new semester. At least 2 weeks. I cannot stand here and say lecturers are lazy. That would be wrong on my part to say so. But I am saying that we don't seem to have sufficient efficiency in terms of how students are assessed when their results are released. It comes too late, especially in our public universities.
Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable John Dako, your name readily comes to mind as a lecturer. In the statute of the university, the marking and all those things, are they regulated by the statute?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Generally,
tell us when you people release.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, they are generally regulated by the statutes of the university. And I know as a matter of fact that yes. I
also know as a matter of fact, when we were doing the Education Regulatory Bodies Act.
You are pitching me against my leaders.
No, we just want the factual situation. You see, when it comes to certain things, the universities have autonomy. So it's not every aspect. Above all, our concentration here is on only legal education. Nothing more, nothing less.
Speaker, if you have a son who attends a public university, he comes semester 1, you paid fees, everything. He starts semester 2. You call him, my son, where are your results for first semester? Daddy, they've not published them. Then at the tail end of semester 2, while taking exam for semester 2, they now publish them in thoughts.
I'm not justifying
Mr. Speaker,
that act.
Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to certain ears, and I want certain ears to hear us. Mr.
So
Speaker,
propose a rendition.
yes, that's what I'm saying, that you should assist me, because I'm quite exhausted. Mr. Speaker, I'll try. You're always pushing me to learn. I'll try. That's it.
I thought you are going to move your amendment in XVII. So consequentially, it is amended. Okay, but it's abandoned. So then let me put a question on entire
No,
clause
Mr. Speaker, I
56
thought
first.
we are dealing with. You wanted me to the assessment
Yes,
of
so
the student. Mr.
let me-
Speaker, I'm saying that let the draft person put in at least 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks into the new semester, the previous assessment, because, Mr. Speaker, we want there to be certainty.
So, Minority Leader, if you put it in the legal education bill, what of those students who are not offering the legal education?
Mr. Speaker, for now, what will be before us is legal education.
So I pleaded with you. I'm pleading with you. This is not where.
Mr. Speaker,
if there is anything like that, it
look at
should
the
be.
reverse logic.
Yes.
So are you saying also
if
that we
it
should
is in
leave it
their
open?
statute, no, if it is in their statutes, but
So-
it is not being complied with, it is one thing complying with the law, and it's another thing not complying
Mr.
with the
Speaker,
law.
I mean, I've seen quite a number of statutes of our universities. They
I've
don't
also
have it
seen
there.
statutes.
They don't, Mr. Speaker, they don't enact in their statute that
Well,
result.
let me hear from Professor
That
Hamza.
result, Mr. Speaker.
He's also
it
a
is
lecturer.
not, Mr. Speaker. It is
Professor
not.
Hamza, do you have this in your
Mr. Speaker, don't pitch me
the
against the
statute of
lecturers
the
in
university?
this chamber. They know what I'm talking about. They know. John Daku knows what I'm talking about. They don't publish results. And even they publish them in thoughts.
That is why I'm saying that, Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, non-compliance of the law doesn't mean we should continue making more laws. Yes, Professor Hamza.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think that minority leader may probably have to consider his position on the assessment. Generally, the universities have their timetables. There are times for examinations. Then we have times for submission of results, times for academic meetings, and then time for publishing of results. So every university has a well-defined structure that they work with. And so some of these things are just administrative lapses. For example, if a head of department or a dean sits on his or her responsibility, then you may find some of these isolated cases occurring. And I think that I don't think there's a need to legislate on this. We rather will have to probably fashion that out in an ally. But to legislate on this, I think that we are going to tie the hands of the universities, and that will take the independence of the academic institution, off their hands. So in my view, I don't think there's a need for us to legislate this. Let's let it be flexible so that the universities can have their ways of going through their examinations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let us.
I'll put a question on entire clause 56. As many as are in favor of clause 56 as previously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 57.
Right, Honorable Speaker, 57. Delete and insert the following new clause as advertised on page 10.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, any proposed amendment to Chairman's amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on entire clause 57. As many as are in favor of clause 57 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58. Chairman, you stop at clause 59. We'll stop at clause 59.
Clause 58, consequential amendment, Mr. Speaker. I so move on page 13.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee to clause 58, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll then put a question on the entire clause 58. As many as are in favor of clause 58 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59. XX.
Academic freedom.
Speaker, amendment proposed consequential. I so move on.
I'll put a question on the Chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor of the consequential amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment consequentially by the Chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, clause 59, XXI.
XXI, Mr. Speaker, consequential amendment, I so move.
All members, it is for your consideration. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59, the amendment proposed by the Chairman of the committee to clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, any further amendment to clause 59? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 59 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we've sat in excess of 5 hours. In the circumstances, I have the authority to adjourn the House, and the House is accordingly adjourned till, very well. Very well. That brings us to the end of consideration stage for today. Yes, Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if I heard you correctly, you indicated that because we've done more than 5 hours,
yes,
there will be no requirement for the leader of government business to move the House
yes,
for the purpose of adjournment. But
yes.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of government business made a promise to this House. His promises must be sacred, and he must live up to those promises. Mr. Speaker, when the government, through a press conference, announced reduction of producer price of cocoa, he promised this House that the finance minister will come here with a policy document.
The House is
Mr. Speaker,
accordingly
that has not
adjourned
been
till
done.
Wednesday, 25th February 2026 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Men over 60 should not be running, lifting, or crunching. There's a smarter way. It's called chair Tai Chi.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of muscle-saving chair Tai Chi exercises every morning for men over 60. In 1 week, your joints feel looser, muscles re-engage. In 2 weeks, your balance and core return. In 1 month, you move with confidence and strength. Here's a special chair Tai Chi program for muscle strength building, adapted for men over 60. These exercises take just 7 minutes a day. No heavy weights, no pressure, no risk of injury. Chair Tai Chi helps men 60 plus rebuild strength, improve stability, and wake up with more energy every day. Just open the app and follow along.
The law student. Now, if you go further, 3 is saying without limiting subsection 2, the assessment of the law program shall include. So it will be the assessment of the law student shall include a variety of assessment method appropriate to the nature, level, and objective of the law student. You understand? Because it is the program that have objective. The program objective. So if you read it in all and you substitute program with student, along the line you may have a problem. Now 4, the assessment method applied shall provide an adequate and fair basis for determining whether a student, you understand? So it's the program that you assess that is going to be used in determining the student. So you cannot replace program with a student. It will throw the entire class off gear. So let me hear Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Speaker, thanks. I mean, so if you read 49 from the first paragraph to the 4th one, you see a progression. So you first look at the program, the assessment protocols that you use to assess the program and its objectives. That is why if you come to 4, it is now judging the assessment of the students to the program's objectives. So I don't see anything that deviates from what is captured here, because the 4 now talks about provide an adequate and fair basis for determining whether a student has achieved the objectives and intended learning outcomes of the law program, which has already been captured above with their appropriate tools. So I think that it should stand. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Chair. Okay. You propose it, so we'll come to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the clause very well, the learning outcomes is for the program. The objectives is also for the program. But the assessment is for the student. That is why the earlier rendition which we approved is saying that we should put these standards in the student manual. So I will want to support Honorable Daku's proposal that the assessment of the law student shall be designed so as to give effect of the objectives and the intended learning outcomes of the program, because you cannot assess the program to give an outcome of the program. Remember, the assessment which leads to the standardization and accreditation is done by the council in collaboration with GTEC. But here we are looking at assessing the students. That is why we can't use just the law program for both. Here for 51.1 we can keep the law program. 51.2 we can change it to the law student. Then 51.3 we can change the first assessment of the law program to students, then keep the learning level and objectives of the law program. Because you are assessing the students, but the program leads to objectives which you want to achieve. I say so.
Once this is talking about the program and a student, and there is a mixed feeling that where in some places a program should be used and in some places students will be used, I may want to direct it to drafters to use the appropriate terminology. So drafters, you are accordingly directed. I'll put a question on the entire clause 49. As many as are in favor of clause 49 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Again, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Grading standards.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed subclause 1, delete and insert the following as advertised on page 19. I so move.
Our members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 50 as in.
The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first.
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first.
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets. Your voice matters. Your opinion counts. This is your platform.
Catch Street Calls exclusively on Xenter Media. The streets are alive, and everyone has an opinion.
Is love still real today? It's complicated. Money or happiness?
Money first!
No scripts. No filters. Just honest conversations from the streets.